Yeah.
Hey, we live now, really.
Hey, we live now, really? Really? Yeah, we live. Welcome on in, my beautiful people. How we doing out here? How you doing? That's the real question, not for real. How you doing? All right, but I just want to go ahead. Hey, I just want to tell you, man, I appreciate you. I'm grateful for you. I'm thankful for you. And at the end of the day, it's only the beginning. All right. So if you came in for these gems, go ahead, sit back, relax, and get ready for them. But before we get started, you know what I always say. You know the motto, you know the motto, you know how we get down. I need you to do me a favor. Do me this one favor. All right. I need you to send this to your mommy, your daddy, your best friend, friend of another friend, little Donnie, little Timmy. Don't forget about little Susie, too. Send this to everybody. And when I say everybody, I mean everybody. All right, so they can get these gems too. You feel me? You can't keep all these gems to yourself, baby. All right, but seriously though, I need you to send this to everybody. All right, but yeah, we got a gems packed episode today. Yes, a gems packed episode today, man. We got a lot to discuss. We got a lot to talk about. And at the end of the day, man, have you been living under a rock? Have you been living under the sea where you don't got no internet service, no cell service? Have you been in the wilderness where you just ain't got nothing around you and you just, haven't been privy to the news? Well, today is the day that I tell you and I bring some things to the front of the congregation so that way we can discuss it and then we can talk about it. All right, today I have updates for you with the Nolan Wells case. Today I will bring you some topics to the front for, and we won't discuss them and talk about them. Today, we getting into everything that has to do with Nolan Wells and this story and the new developments that has surfaced. We also will be getting into some sports topics. We're going to talk about a little bit of the stuff out here in the NBA. Yeah. We're going to be talking about that boy Brian again. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and talk about, what's going on in the NFL. That boy Stephon Diggs. And he too freaky for the NFL right now. That boy a little too freaky for the NFL. We're going to go ahead and discuss it. We're going to talk about that as well later. All right. But yeah, first things first, like I told y'all, man, hey, we will be touching on this Nolan Wells story until we get an answer that we can live with. You understand me? So I'm going to keep on reporting on it. I'm going to keep on talking about it. And I don't care what you say, what they say, what your mama say, what your daddy, your brother. It don't matter what anybody says. We're going to continue to talk about this Nolan Wells case until we get to the bottom of what's really going on and what's really taking place. All right. If you watching this right now and the connection a little blurry, I apologize. We having some connection issues where I'm at, but I promise you, it won't last long. All right, we're going to be all right. We're going to get to the bottom of it. All right, you understand me? We're going to get to the bottom of it. But anyway, like I said, man, I hope you're doing well. I hope that you've been blessed. But without further ado, let's go ahead and get right into it. All right, let's go ahead and talk about it. The connection, all right, I know it's a little shoddy right now. Be patient. All right, it's going to go ahead and clear up. All right, be patient. All right, come on now. You know you didn't have bad connection before too. All right, but anyway, the autopsy, the Nolan Wells family today, they had released the preliminary autopsy. So they didn't give us a lot of answers. We still have a lot of questions, that we just don't got answers to after the autopsy. I'm not going to lie to you. After what they revealed today and after what was said today, we still don't got answers and we still looking for answers. And I'm going to show you some videos and some reasons why we're still looking for answers and some reasons why we are still, in, the very, 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 very early stages of this case. But I'm going to also show you and tell you why I believe there will eventually be some answers brought into the front of the congregation. You understand me? Because at the end of the day, we ain't going to play with them. At the end of the day, we going to figure this out. At the end of the day, we going to work everything out. All right, it's just going to take a little time. It's just going to take a little time. That's it. But it's okay. We going to be all right. You going to be all right, my friend. You understand me? So once again, without further ado, all right, we got a lot to get into this episode. All right, before we get started, you know the drill. Go ahead, make sure you send it to your mama, your daddy, your best friend, friend of another friend, Lit Johnny, Lit Timmy. Don't forget about Lit Susie too. And don't forget about Lit Josh, who just moved up the street from her. So make sure you sending these gems to everybody you know. I mean everybody. And when I say everybody, I mean everybody. You can't keep all these gems to yourself. You know that's selfish. We don't want you being selfish. Ain't no need for you to be selfish. All right, so send these gems to everybody you know, and let's go ahead and talk about it. One of the biggest things that I got from the autopsy, and we will look at some footage from the actual reveal of the autopsy later on today. But this was one of the most important things that I saw from the autopsy. Not only was there potentially some red discoloration from the soft tissue within his autopsy, Nolan Wells, this is his diagram. So this is Nolan Wells. It was in the back of his skull, so in the back of his head, it was some red discoloration from the soft tissue. It can be a couple of reasons why this is. We're going to get into it. We're going to talk about it. We're going to have other people talk about it. All right. But red discoloration in the back of the skull, which was one of the most glaring things. Another glaring thing was that they didn't have his throat. Yeah, his throat. I'm dead serious. They didn't have his throat or his neck. Yes, they did. During the autopsy, they didn't have his throat. They didn't have his neck. Dead serious. We're going to get into some reasons why, potentially, why they didn't have the throat, why they didn't have the neck. You will hear the Crump people talk about why they didn't have the throat, why they didn't have the neck. And we're going to get into a lot of other reasons of what we think is going on. Because now I believe the pressure is back on Mississippi. The pressure is back on the sheriff's department in Jackson County. The pressure is back on everybody else to give us answers. We just need answers. That's it. That's the only reason why I'm here. That's the only reason why I'm here talking about it. At the end of the day, the family deserves answers. We, the people, deserve answers. We pay y'all. Don't get it twisted. We put money in y'all pockets, dog. Facts. So yes, we want answers. Yes, we need answers. And yes, we ain't stopping. We ain't selling until we get the answers we deserve. You feel me? Yeah, you feel me. All right, but going into, I think, a few of the most important questions that came into the autopsy. So after the autopsy, the family went ahead and Ben Crump, they went ahead and answered some questions. All right, with these questions that people asked, they didn't ask the best questions, I'm not going to lie. But at the end of the day, they asked questions. We're going to hear some of the questions that people asked, and then I will rewind it back a little bit into some of the things that was said by Benjamin Crump, some of the things that was said during the autopsy recovery, and some of the things that was said why Benjamin Crump was talking. So we're going to get into it. Yes, this is a hilarious picture that we're starting off with, but let's go ahead and get into it.
Hey, what kind of investigation would that have been?
All right, so basically, let me rewind this. My bad, y'all. So some of the questions that was asked to Benjamin Crump, it was this press conference overall, it was touching. I would advise y'all to watch this whole thing on your own, because I'm only going to show you spotty clips of it, and I'm only going to show you towards the end of when the reporters were able to ask questions. I think the reporters, some of them asked good questions, some of them asked some terrible questions. But at the end of the day, Benjamin Crump, he gave answers to some of those questions. So with that being said, like I told y'all, we going to get into it all. All right, I'm not going to show you the whole press conference, but we're going to talk about some of the things that happened during the press conference. All right.
I will say this: as President Johnson comes to the stage, I was sharing this with him and Chairman Russell, Christine Clark. God knows we wish we had you at the Department of Justice now. Christine Clark. As I was sharing with President Johnson and Reverend Al and others, this is so important that we continue to talk about Nolan Wells and what happened to him, and that we get attention on him, because to get attention on him, it brings attention, Cliff Jones, to other cases that are not getting their attention as of yet. But I'm so grateful to Christine and Elmer, because they said whatever we can do, not only to help our son, but to help these other young black boys who was about two other young.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I went back a little too far. All right. All right, my bad, y'all. That's on me. That's on me. You saw I was clicking. You saw I was clicking away. All right, let's go. I got you.
So there's a lot to take in, a lot of information. So in summary, can you succinctly tell us what we can take away from this report? And also, if you can provide more details about the neck. Yeah. I heard a lot of people behind me gasping when that detail was mentioned.
Yeah, let me try to be very comprehensive.
So I showed y'all in just a little second ago, this was the head. Discoloration. This was found in the autopsy that he had some discoloration in the back of his head. It's not saying that his brain had any fractures, any damage to it, but it was some discoloration in the back of his head. TMZ already then came out and tried to debunk this shit, which is crazy. I'm like, bro, we just got the news like not even a couple of hours ago, and y'all already trying to debunk it. Another story for another day. TMZ, we know y'all getting paid, but it is what it is. But now they're going to be talking about the neck, because the autopsy, the person who did the second autopsy basically said that he didn't have the neck. He couldn't examine the neck. So what happened with the neck? Let's go ahead and figure it out. She asks a hell of a question. Benjamin Crump breaks it down a little bit more, even more than he did during an earlier press conference. I'm not, like I said, not showing you the whole thing, but we're going to get into it.
Yes. As Dr. Roger Mitchell said, that the focal area of red discoloration in the soft tissue of the back of the head, the occipital region, is significant because he cannot determine why you have that red discoloration in the back of his brain. That's significant. He also talked about, Mr. Williams, just the fact that as it's common practice, he was missing his throat when they received the body. And he wants to know why they...
He said, what? I'm sorry, y'all. That's not funny, but anyway. So what Benjamin Crump saying, he was missing. So she asked, what are the most important things that we can get from his autopsy? One of the most important things was, of course, the discoloration in the back of the head. We already covered that. But now the autopsy guy who did the second autopsy, who basically did it after the state, couldn't examine the neck because obviously they didn't have the neck. And he breaks it down why.
They received the body. And he wants to know why they held it back. He's not drawing any conclusions, but he said he would want to examine it if there were neck fractures or compressions to the neck. And he thinks that's significant to know at autopsy. The reason he said he would hold it back when he was medical examiner because he thought that there may have been some issues with neck fractures. The last thing that is significant is what we said before about him, the condition of his body when he went into the water. Was he conscious or unconscious? Was he forced or unforced into the water? He said those things are very significant. But he started off talking about this red discoloration in the back of his head is something that was of great concern to him. Thank you.
We'll go here.
103. What specifically are you calling for from Mississippi authorities?
I like his response.
In terms of transparency, but more importantly, investigations.
And I know President Johnson is from the state of Mississippi, and the Mississippi Conference president is here. They're calling, as we are, for a fair, impartial, comprehensive investigation. When Nolan's parents heard the sheriff say there's no foul play at the beginning of the investigation, that is cause for concern, major concern. You haven't even investigated, but you're saying no foul play. And so we want them to dot every I and cross every T. You know, we had a meeting with the district attorney, and we expressed to them about our lived experiences. Our lived experiences. The fact, and you know, they said that's not what happens in her office, but we said we believe if the roles were reversed and there were 3 young black 18-year-olds and there was a white 18-year-old who was with them and he ended up dead. We don't believe that those young black men would not have been interrogated to the full extent of the law. We believe that it would not have been a choice whether they were going to cooperate with law enforcement if their lawyers and them were going to cooperate. No. They would have been held until they gave answers. They would have been held until they explained the cell phone in their possession. They would have been held until their cell phones have been examined. And so whatever you would do, had the roles been reversed, we want you to do the same thing for Nolan Wells.
And if I'm being honest, because I kind of want to reverse it, but that's the thing. Y'all might not, yes, it's not about race, it's not about this, but if we really being honest, it comes down to the fact that, dog, if this was any other case in any other situation where you had 4 people go on a boat and 3 of them were black and 1 was white and the white one didn't come back, dog, the 3 black boys would have had their history dug into with a fine tooth comb. They would have been plastered all over the internet. They would have been interrogated to the fullest extent, and it wouldn't have been any questions or buts about it. They would have been guilty until proven innocent. That's a fact. That's a fact. You can't deny that it's not a fact, dog, if we're being honest. So what he's saying is, at the end of the day, that what we really want is the same thing that y'all would do if this was a white boy who departed with his black friends and didn't come back. We want that same energy. We want that same thing given to us, which is understandable. In America, in our climate, in our history, speaks for its goddamn self. You don't see too many white people. White people don't have histories of being hung by trees. Hung from trees. Y'all don't got that history, do y'all? White people don't got a history of being slaves in America. White people don't got a history of police brutality in case after case after case after case after case. White people don't have to worry about when they driving that they might get pulled over because they look suspicious or because of the color of their skin. Just saying. Not throwing out anything, that's not obvious, but this is just what's real. Not throwing race into it, but how can you not throw race into it when we are in America? Y'all history in America, our history in America, because I'm fucking from here, I was born and raised here, is what it is. It speaks for itself. So we ain't saying this, we ain't saying that, dog. They just want answers. And we want to be treated like anybody else, treated like a human being. And want this investigation treated with care and with the integrity that it should be taken care of with.
One more question, and then we're going to have a prayer with our Religious Affairs Committee with the family. One more question. What's there?
I'm Tiffany Walden with the Tribe in Chicago. I know that we're talking about a transparent investigation, but for families and people who are watching, can you kind of give a breakdown or a timeline to the best of your ability of the contact that you've had with Mississippi authorities or Ocean Springs authorities or the Cajun Navy? Have you all talked to them? Do they call you after the initial autopsy? Is it just radio silence from them? Do you have to call them? Can you kind of walk us through that process?
So, the last time we actually spoke with local authorities, which would be the Sheriff's Department, was I think a day or 2 after his body was found. That was only initiated by me. I sent him a text message. I was like, hey, this is Christine, Nolan's mom. I just want to see if there are any updates. Basically, he called back. There were no updates. He's like, we're still interviewing. And again, my concern, and also my husband's concern was it was not even an hour that his body had been removed. And the sheriff came out and said, this is, accidental drowning. We don't think there's foul play. Again, that is why we're doing what we're doing and why we're moving the way we are. Because I sat there and asked them, please take this case as if this is your child, your family member, your whatever. And they promised that they would, but when you make statements like that straight out the gate, that's an issue. We did meet with the DA. She did promise, transparency and all of this, all of that. However, damage has already been done because now that's the narrative that's being pushed by the general public, who again, know nothing really, only what they're hearing from other people. So in addition to that, it's all these things coming up. And at the end of the day, like I said before, any parent that would be in this situation, you would do anything to find out what happened to your child. And that is what we're here to do.
It is very important to note that this narrative, this suggestion that it was an accidental drowning, nothing to see here, is troubling, even if that's the case. There were 300 to 400 people out on Horns Island. You mean to tell me nobody saw anything?
And then hold on, because I want to show y'all something, right? He said that by what they know, it was about 300 to 400 people on that island, right? He just said that, right? That it was about 300 to 400 people on that island, correct? Why has Nolan, his friend, Wyatt, not Wyatt, my bad, Warren, all their names sound the same. Why did his friend Warren come out and say, hold on. Hold on.
Between 3 boats, and we all left and all got there at the same time. I mean, Horn Island on the 4th of July is the most popular day to be on the water on, throughout the entire Gulf Coast. So roughly probably 2 to 3, maybe even 4,000 people out there.
So that's even more people than what we initially thought. And you mean nobody know nothing?
There were boats lined up off the island. I mean, there was one row of boats, and then there was another row of boats, and then there was a third row of boats. Yeah. I mean, there was people lined up all up and down the island. So we were parked on the north side, on the west tip. It wasn't just there, but just where we were, I mean, there was easily 1,000 people. It wasn't.
Holy. See, I was going to save this until later. But Crump said it was about 300, 400 people. Warren, the guy who was actually there, so under our impression this whole time, it was at least about 300, 400 people. Under Warren's impression, it was a couple thousand.
Side on the west tip. It wasn't just there, but just where we were, I mean, there was easily 1,000 people. It wasn't just us. Nolan was on Wyatt.
Yeah. Just where we were, it was at least about 1,000 people. Right?
300 to 400 people out on Horns Island. You mean to tell me nobody saw anything?
Right. So Crump is under the impression that it was about 300 to 400. Warren, who was damn near there, you can't make this shit up. He said it was about 1,000. Damn near really 4,000, but just 1,000 where they was located on the island. About 1, 2, 3 rows of boats. Interesting. So you mean to tell me there was even more people there. You mean to tell me that it was even more witnesses and ain't nobody seen nothing? Ain't nobody know nothing? Nothing? Dog. Who the hell y'all fooling? Hey, the award up to $125,000. Somebody come collect it, please, and give us some good information. Because it wasn't only 300 or 400 like we initially thought. Warren said it was about a band out there. Really about 4 bands. So about 4,000 people. Yeah. Yeah, like I told y'all, dog. We just getting warmed up, baby. We just getting warmed up.
Nobody can tell us anything about what happened to one of the few black people that were out there on that island that day. It just doesn't add up. The fact that they're saying Nolan said that he would stay behind, but yet an 18-year-old kid would not want his cell phone if he was going to stay behind. The fact that, you have the young lady saying that he said he was going to get back on the boat with the boys, and then the boys saying no. He said he was going to stay behind and talk to her. If that was the case, don't you believe Nolan would have said, give me my cell phone, I'm going to stay behind. Give me my car keys, I'm going to stay behind. It's not adding up. And so we're going to keep fighting and digging until we get the answers, the transparency, the truth, the accountability, and justice for Nolan Wells. 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 Justice for Nolan Wells.
Justice for Nolan Wells.
Justice for fucking Nolan Wells, baby. But I just showed y'all, like I literally, can I rewind it back? Should I rewind it back a little bit? Should I? Because I'm telling you, dog, stuff ain't adding up. Crump said it was about 300, 400 people out there. Then Warren, who's the judge's son, remember that. Warren, who is the judge's son, is out here doing the day of that the autopsy, that the independent autopsy comes back. Warren is out here doing interviews now. Y'all trying to get in front of potentially, what's going on? Doing a little PR. Interesting. Regardless, I digress. Next video.
At night, we would hear more from Hudson as he would have his first on-camera interview with political commentator Officer Tatum. In the interview, Warren would describe Wells as a brother and reveal that we had 30 people in their friend group that would travel to Horn Island that day.
We had roughly 20 to 30 people coming on 3 separate boats with us. And so we were all following each other out there as one big group, 20 or 30 people spread out, where we all met at the dock before, and then we departed to go to Horn Island. It wasn't just, there were so many people, we had to split up between 3 boats, and we all left and all got there at the same time. I mean, Horn Island on the 4th of July is the most popular day to be on the water on, throughout the entire Gulf Coast. Roughly probably 2 to 3, maybe even 4,000 people out there. There were boats lined up off the island. I mean, there was 1 row of boats, and then there was another row of boats, and then there was a 3rd row of boats. Yeah. I mean, there was people lined up all up and down the island. So we were parked on the north side, lined row of boats, and then there was another row of boats, and then there was a 3rd row of boats.
Yeah. So it was 1 row of boats, there was another row of boats, and then there was another row of boats. Whole bunch of rowboats out there, huh? Whole bunch of people out there, huh? Benjamin Crump and me too. We under the impression that it was only a couple thousand, it was only a couple hundred people out there. But now Warren, you telling me that it was thousands? Continue. Keep talking, Warren.
I mean, there was people lined up all up and down the island. So we were parked on the north side, on the west tip. It wasn't just there, but just where we were, I mean, there was easily 1,000 people. It wasn't just us. Nolan was on Wyatt Pyron's 22 Triton on the way out.
Now, at one point in the interview, Warren would go on to express that he felt Nolan appeared fine every time they would speak on the island that day.
I had a couple conversations with Nolan that day, and I talked to him and a couple of my other buddies. They are in a group. I was not focused on anyone solely, like looking and pointing anyone out. I mean, I was talking to my friends that I haven't seen in a while from high school. I was talking from people I knew from college. I was talking to, everybody my age and even people older. I mean, it was just a regular thing. We're all used to this. We've been out to the islands before. My buddies don't just go out to the island on 4th of July, but they go out, every weekend. I talked to Nolan, and, Nolan was drinking. Everybody was drinking, most of everybody. And I mean, Nolan seemed completely fine every time I talked to him. We had just regular conversations. Nolan was making me laugh. I had a couple conversations with Nolan and Javon, Nolan and my buddy James. I talked to Nolan a couple times, but it wasn't like I was strictly sitting there talking to Nolan the whole day. I mean, there was hundreds of people I knew out there. So,
yeah. Now, just as Hudson would appear to describe departing the island at 4:30 p.m., as mentioned in reports, the interview will be cut short in order to tease a future clip. Now, if you can recall, Warren's stepmother, Judge Ashley Cole, would speak out on behalf of Warren when Wells's body was first discovered. On Facebook, she would say, "No one in our family is trying in any way to impede with the investigation by law enforcement or to otherwise hamper the family and law enforcement's quest for answers." Warren was interviewed by the Jackson County Sheriff's Department and cooperated fully. He saw Nolan last around 3 p.m. on July 4th. They left around 4:30 p.m. when the boat was taking on water, and they had an issue with the bilge pump. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island and return inland later with another group of friends. Now, we have to note the timing of Hudson's response appears to be somewhat calculated, given that Wells would be laid to rest on Monday, and on Wednesday being the day attorney Benjamin Crump and Wells's family will now release the preliminary findings from their independent autopsy. From the looks of this, Hudson may be wanting to get ahead of another wave of accusations that will be made against him, as the early findings of the independent autopsy are set to be released. As mentioned, Wells will be laid to rest on Monday, and one of the biggest questions that came up during his service, did any of his accused friends attended? Upon looking online, from photos and reported accounts, it does not appear that none of the accused would attend the 18-year-old's memorial service.
Now, did they at least send flowers? You ain't got to show up, because if you all showed up, that would cause a lot of drama. So you ain't got to show up, but did y'all send flowers? Y'all supposedly friends. Did you send your condolences? I'm just asking, because those are the most important things. Did you send flowers? Did you send your condolences? Because a lot of stuff just ain't adding up. We just heard from the autopsy reports that at the end of the day, okay, actually, I'm not going to do too much talking. Let me go ahead and show you some of the findings from the autopsy report. And let me go ahead and let my girl, the one who been on the case, the one girl who on it like white on rice. I'm going to have to show it. I'm going to have to give it a spotlight for a second. But this was one of the first things that they showed us from the autopsy. Nolan Wells. Clarification. This is a diagram, right? This is Nolan Wells. This is obviously not really his body, but clearly they can show us what they can show us. All right. But in the back of his head, it was red discoloration of the top soft tissue. His skull didn't have any other damages, but it was red discoloration of the soft tissue. Now, I'm not going to speculate, but the woman I'm going to show you, she going to speculate. All right. This is allegedly. So please don't take my word for it. I do not agree with everything this woman is saying. But this woman, she been on it like Johnny on the spot. She been on it like white on rice. So we're going to go through some things that she's saying, some things that she's discovered, some things that she's found, and we're going to discuss it and talk about it. All right? So without further ado, Let me bring my woman to the stage. Go ahead, talk to him, girl.
A 12 by 8 inch, that matches a pole. Find one of them poles. That's obviously a pole right there. It wasn't a drowning. We already knew that. And where's his neck? Where's his neck? Now we got to go after Stacey Turner again. This is all Stacey Turner's fault. This is what happened with Kendrick Johnson. The medical examiner fucked up the organs, was hiding evidence, and didn't give it. Stacey Turner, baby. Y'all better go protest in front of Stacey Turner's office right now and tell her to release. They're not going to release it until y'all release it because we fucking know. We know what it is. Now, y'all show y'all's asses and start lying now. Show y'all's asses and start lying. A 12 by 8 inch, that matches a pole. Find one of them poles. That's obviously a pole right there. It wasn't a drowning. We already knew.
So that's her conspiracy theory. Wasn't a drowning. Potentially he was hit by a pole. 12 by 8 inches. In the diagram. This is what was released within the autopsy. Now, let's hear what my girl proceeded to continue to talk about. Like I told y'all, we're going to get into it. Today, I'm showing you video after video. Today, we diving all the way into Nolan Wells and what really happened. Like I told y'all, too. I just showed you. We're going to get into Warren, his best friend Warren. Don't think we don't got the footage. Don't think we ain't going to investigate Warren. Hey, Warren. Hey, we're going to need you to step into the front of the congregation, baby. All right, so y'all just sit tight. We're going to go through some other little things that my gal got to say. You know, she's doing her own investigation prowess. You know, she's doing her homework. You feel me? So we're going to get into all that. But before we get into all that, you got to understand. Warren, you're going to have to come into the front of the congregation before we get off this pod. Because this is the judge's son. The day after, well, not the day after the funeral was Monday, but it's calculated. They're trying to get in front of some things that maybe had came out in the preliminary autopsy, in the independent autopsy that came out from the family. So understand this. We're going to get to the bottom of this. We're going to get our answers. We're going to get them. But now, let's continue. Warren, you're going to come into the front of the congregation in 2 seconds. Let's see what my girl got to say, though.
Looking at the NAACP going, how fucking ridiculous is this? That the black people have to have a whole organization to come together just to be treated like people. I mean, they had to get a whole organization together just to be treated like human beings. I mean, that is the saddest thing about our fucking history of this country. Look, baby. Crump, you don't know how to pronounce words and stuff. You shouldn't have been talking and reading all the time. You don't know these medical terms, and that didn't sound good. You were saying it's decomposition. You were saying all kinds. That didn't look good. Look, what we know is this.
Yeah, to be quite honest with you, I totally agree with her with this. Trump, his ass was, not Trump, Crump. Benjamin Crump. You was having a hard time reading, big fella. during the press conference, you was having a hard time reading, big fella. But we ain't gonna hold that against you. We ain't gonna hold it against you, baby. But you need a qualified assistant who can really, who good with words, who can really talk, and who can be your voice. Because sometimes, Trump, we be worried. You ain't do bad today, though. You ain't do bad. But she making a good point.
The neck is missing. The throat area is missing. We have 12.
The neck is missing. So literally, they took out the whole neck of his goddamn body. The whole neck. And they took out the throat to examine it further. Why do you take out the neck? Why do you take out the throat? Because clearly, there needs to be some further testing to see what really happened. So if it was just a drowning, you would have saw water in the lungs. You would have saw no damage to the neck, no damage to the back of the head. You would have just left it alone. Why did you take out the neck and the throat? How come the second autopsy that was done, the independent autopsy that was done by the family, how come they didn't have the neck or the throat? It's common practice that if you need to do further testing during an autopsy, that you keep some of the body parts, or you keep some of the main important parts, so that way you can take it through some further testing and you can really see what really happened by further investigating it. So we understand that. But Y'all said it was no foul play. Y'all said it, nothing to see here. Clearly, it fucking is. Excuse my French. I'm sorry. I apologize, but clearly it is. I'll let her curse stuff on me.
By 8 in the back of the head. We have no drowning, okay? The fucking medical examiner's hiding evidence, as usual, as we said it from day one. A new fucking Stacey Turner smelled bad from day one. I'm looking at the NAACP going, how fucking ridiculous is this? That the black people have to have a whole organization to come together just to be treated like people.
And I want to replay that again because if we being honest, dog, if we talking about it, the reason why we have to have an organization, a whole organization to get treated fairly in this country and in this nation, because we haven't historically been treated fucking fairly or honorably in this country. I'm just going to say that, and I'm going to leave it right there. I don't got no bad feelings, no ill will. I just hope that as we move forward, everybody should be treated the same. Everybody should have the same things that happen when they pass away, that the investigation is done properly and fully and honorably. We know that race is alive and well. We know that it's racism, it's racism out here. We understand that. You can't get away from that. It's going to be racist black people. It's going to be racist white people. It's going to be racist Asians, racist Indians. It be like that. We understand that. But when can a tide change into where there's more people being treated how they're supposed to be treated and treated like human beings than the opposite? That's all I'm saying, dog. Next video, let's get into it. My bad. I just wanted to interject. Is that okay? Is that okay?
My baby, it sounded like your girlfriend wrote your fucking paper and you had to go read it in front of the class and you ain't fucking done the homework. That's what it sounded like. Don't ever do that again. You gotta understand what that looks like to the fucking white people. Not about caring what white people think. It's about making them open their eyes and believe what the fuck we're saying. And you got somebody up there misinterpreting. They don't know what they're fucking even saying. That don't look good. If you don't know how to pronounce the words, they call somebody like me who does. Basically, what the autopsy was saying is that the fucking body was so fucked up that they couldn't really tell what the fuck was going on, and we need more information from the other people. Okay?
So from the original autopsy. But she's making a great point. Because Crump was up there looking at this. He was going from over here to over here. Like, dog, have somebody. I know you get your Crump, you're rich now. I know you can pay a loyal assistant to come up there and do some of the things for you, so you won't have to do all that. She's making a good point, making a valid point. But he ain't do that bad. She kind of gassing a little bit. He ain't do that bad.
That's what they were saying. There's no way to identify what happened to his neck or if water was even in there or nothing because they stole the neck. The neck is missing. Stacey Turner, where the fuck is the neck at? Crump, my baby, it sounded like your girlfriend wrote your fucking paper and you had to go read it in front of the class and you ain't fucking done the homework. That's what it sounded like. Don't ever do that again. You gotta understand what that looks like to the fucking white people. Not about caring what white people think. It's about making them open their eyes and believe what the fuck we're saying. And you got somebody up there misinterpreting. They don't know what they're fucking even saying. That don't look good. If you don't know how to pronounce the words, they call somebody like me who does. Basically, what the
She makes a hell of a fucking point. All right, she makes a hell of a fucking point. But she's kind of gassing it. She's hilarious. But Crump, he didn't do that. He didn't do that bad. I promise y'all, he did not do that bad. If you haven't seen the full autopsy or the full press conference at the NAACP done in my hometown earlier today, SO to Chi-Town. I miss y'all. I'm gonna be back soon. SO to Chicago though. But yeah. She makes a solid point. But who cares what they think? He said enough. He said a little bit. All right. Next video.
Bidens. Could they have been fighting and they slammed him? They slammed his head on the back of the basketball. They slammed his head on the back of the basketball goal right there. 12 by 8 inch. That's a large fucking, on the whole width of, the whole length of his head was hit by something. It was either a pole or they slammed his head on that basket. That's what probably happened. They were probably fucking fighting and roughhousing. They slammed his fucking head on that and it fucking killed him and they freaked out. They hit him in one of them pool fucking sheds right there. Okay. Then they had to go to the judge's house to figure out what the fuck to do with the phone and shit like that. And then they waited because that's why the body had to turn up 2 days later, because they had to get their story straight. And then they had to go get the body and then go figure out how to do it. When they went to go eat the next morning, that's what they was probably doing, figuring out how the fuck they was going to get that body out of that shed back to Horn Island.
Allegedly. Like I said, I don't agree with everything she is saying. I don't. But what she's saying, and since we don't have answers, we got to look at every stone. We got to lift that stone up and see what's underneath it. It can be 1,000 stones under here. We're going to pick up every single one and look underneath it. For real. Period. Until we get answers. Next video.
Another theory is they slammed his head on the back of the pool ledge, right? They're fighting around there. Look at the pool ledge. Slammed his head on the back of the pool ledge. It hits right at that right spot, and it just fucking pierces his little shit. He fucking starts coughing up blood. You know, I just think they were boys roughhousing. I don't think I never thought they meant to kill that kid. I think they were all on drugs, loaded out of their fucking mind. They got in a fucking fight. They realized, oh shit, he's dead. What do we do? And they panicked. And then it was a cover up from there. I don't think they meant to do that, but it was an accident and it's a cover up. Another theory is they slammed his head on the back of the pool.
All right. What do y'all think about her theory? What do y'all think? Y'all think she could be right? Y'all think she could potentially be on to something? Because we going to get into it. Because there's a lot of evidence that's saying, you remember the pool party picture? Do y'all remember this picture with Nolan Wells in the pool party? I think it's actually in my thumbnail on YouTube. If you ain't on YouTube, it's cool. I'll pull it up. But the pool picture. Hold on, let me see. Pool. So this picture, the pool picture, let me pull it up. All right. Be patient. Be patient. All right. Come on. I got a lot going on over here. All right. So this pool picture. First of all, every time I see this, I'm like, why is he holding why is he hugging them like that? Now it makes sense that these were goddamn fireworks over here. This is why this has always been circled. Fireworks. Nolan Wells. Girls that we now know, guess what? Y'all are witnesses. The U goddamn S tatted in my guy chest. You that hair, you can shave USA in your chest, big dog. How old are you? You look like somebody's uncle. You shouldn't even be in the pool with these little girls. That's another story for another day. Let me mind my business. But Nolan Wells, right there. Everybody kicking it, chilling, living their best lives. They saying that this is from June. But it's evidence proven that it might just be July 4th. And he might have just got off the island. Because People Magazine, if you haven't seen, they said that his body, Nolan Wells' body, was found what? Nolan Wells' body, if you haven't seen it. Hold on. Why is this video playing? I'm not trying to show a video. Hold on, y'all, my bad. But Nolan Wells' body, I had to get that out of there, y'all, my bad. Nolan Wells' body was found face down and fully clothed. So if his body was found on that Monday, face down and fully clothed, that will explain that he didn't die on a goddamn island. Did he die at this goddamn pool party? That we was told, oh, no, that was back in June. Well, shit. Right? If it's back in June, Why you got USA tatted on you? Why you got that shaved in your chest? Because that's gonna go away by July 4th. I know you love America, but dog, that seemed like that's some 4th of July celebration stuff right there. I'm just saying. Next theory. Let's get into it. My gal, she came on. She tried to explain it a little bit more for us. Let's see what she said.
Talk about the evidence that proves that the party was on July 4th. Baby, we have more evidence than you, okay? You have a fake story that Rolling Stone paid for, and you have metadata that can be altered very easily in 2 seconds, okay? Y'all's story y'all's evidence is not as credible as our evidence. We have the wreath. We have the USA in the chest. We have the fireworks. And we have the story. We have 4 pieces of evidence that prove it. All we need is a Life 360, baby. And guess what? I don't have access to that, but they do over there. So when we get that, that's going to be the 5th piece of evidence that proves that y'all were lying about the date of the pool party. Or y'all could have had 2 pool parties. If those are y'all's friends, y'all could have had party the 27th and the 4th. That doesn't rule it out just because y'all little Rolling Stone article, bitch. And y'all can change the metadata. Y'all deleted that one picture. Why did y'all delete that one picture, Mr. Evan, Mr. Noel? Let's talk about the evidence that proves that the party was on July 4th. Baby, we have more evidence than you, okay? You have a fake story that Rolling Stone paid for, and you have metadata that can be altered very easily in 2 seconds, okay? Y'all's evidence is not as credible as our evidence. We have the wreath. We have the USA in the chest. We have the fireworks. And we have the story. We have 4 pieces of evidence that prove it. All we need is a Life 360, baby. And guess what? I don't have access to that, but they do.
She make a hell of a goddamn point, don't she? She make a hell of a goddamn point, don't she? Where's his neck at? Where's neck at? Where the neck at? So with the Nolan Wells family, what they did, this is textbook strategy. This is them playing chess, not checkers. Releasing the preliminary autopsy is a legal strategy to catch the state lying, because we know what happened. Now tell us what you found. We know it was 100% foul play potentially. We know it was a drowning. It wasn't. You told us it was a drowning. You told us it was no foul play. But now it's time for y'all to spill the beans and tell us what really happened and what's really going on. We caught you lying. Now we need y'all to step into the front of the congregation.
The legal strategy behind the undetermined announcement. We know what happened. We just released the preliminary because we know what happened. We're waiting to catch them in a lie. We're waiting for them to come back with their bullshit so we can nail them to the fucking cross. We know what happened. We only released the preliminary on purpose. This is a legal strategy. We're trying to give y'all a chance. We're trying to give y'all a chance to cover y'all to get the fuck out. All y'all gotta do is tell us what the fuck happened, give us the fucking neck, and release y'all shit. Because we know what the fuck happened. We're giving y'all a chance to hang yourselves right now. This is a legal strategy. Let me tell you the legal strategy behind the undetermined announcement. We know what happened. We just released the preliminary because we know what happened.
Y'all agree? Y'all agree? And look what she hey, me and her must be like twinning. Because I just said, who the hell is this hugging that little boy? Why is he hugging that boy like that? Because every time I look at that picture, I'm like, why is he hugging him like that? Right? Every time you look at this picture, you look at this guy, and you're like, why is he hugging him like that? Why does his face look so shocked? Did he take your manhood from you, big dog? You can tell us. I won't tell. Let me stop. I'm just asking for a friend. Do you need help? Blink twice.
Fulton has contacted me and said, that ain't him, motherfuckers. He said, whoever said that, that is not Fulton. Fulton has nothing to do with this. He moved away years ago. So I don't know who that is, but Fulton said, don't come after him because that ain't him. Leave Fulton alone, okay? Look, students, y'all going to fail. Y'all got to get me the right information because I can't be putting Fulton out there if that isn't him.
She funny.
Why do I believe Fulton? Because he's the only one who contacted me immediately when his picture was posted to clear his name. Everyone else has been crickets. I believe Fulton over them motherfuckers. Fulton came forward to clear his name. He has nothing to hide, came with a valid story, so he's cleared. Find out who that is, because I do not believe that that's Fulton.
Okay, I just wanted to clear that up. I don't know who Fulton is. I'm not going to lie to you. But she said it. I said it. Oh, what happened? Oh, my bad, y'all. My bad. All right. I'm going to show you another video. Give me 2 seconds. We going to go through all her videos right now because, to be quite honest with you, I believe she's on to something. She might not be credible, but I believe she might be on to something. A couple more videos of hers. Then we're going to get into the Warren interview.
The most important thing is that we find every person in this story, okay? Who is in the story? Wyatt is in the story, okay? Evan is in the story. Who is Morgan? Find Morgan in the pool. Morgan and Andrew to the front of the room. We need Morgan and Andrew. That's who we need next. We start with the people mentioned in the story. Then we filter out around the pool. We need Morgan and Andrew to come to the front of the room. Find Morgan and Andrew. Now, the most important, we haven't connected as to why they would have said it's Evan's house. Look at what they said. We head to Evan's house because he was throwing a pool party. He was throwing a pool party, okay? So Evan must have been spending the weekend at the Mossies and they're throwing a pool party for whatever. I don't know if Evan and Natalia are close friends or if Evan had a special event and they let him throw a pool party there. But
well, maybe Evan was,
that's that's why we had to start with Evan's house. That's why we had to start in Bay St. Louis, Mr. fucking Dean. We weren't trying to come to your house, but it said we headed to Evan's house. So we needed to find where Evan's house was. We needed to find out if he had a pool because y'all wouldn't tell us it was in Pass Christian.
All right, anyway, we done with her. All right. I love what she's doing, though. She is really trying to get some answers. She's really trying to get down to the nitty-gritty. And I believe potentially she might. Potentially. She's running with her theory. A lot of other people running with their theories. But the thing is, we will hopefully, ultimately, potentially get answers. SO to them. I pray Nolan Wells families get answers. I pray they do. I can just only imagine, dog. But they family, Nolan Wells, his family, they deserve answers. The judge, He said he going live later on tonight. And I am here for it. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. But there's a lot of things that's being said. There's a lot of things that we don't know. So just remember this. Within this Nolan Wells story, I want y'all to understand this. Race has nothing to do with it. You might say I'm lying. You might say it's fake. But race has nothing to do with it. If we being honest, if you don't know your history or your facts, Mississippi didn't formally abolish slavery until 2013. Pretending race has no relevance doesn't make it racism disappear. It protects the racism. So we're going to keep Nolan Wells' name in the headlines. Because down in Mississippi, they do things a little different. They do things a little different. Secret Service Sam, talk to us.
As reported by lots of outlets, but Nicole Everything, make sure you're following. Also, Kimbra, make sure you're following her. TThe made a statement. Before assistance was rendered, the vessel owner advised.
Oh. How y'all gonna do us like that? Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna get to the video. Hold on. Secret, let me go to him. Secret Service Sam, we need you to step into the front of the congregation. The front of the congregation. I touched on this a little bit yesterday, but Secret Service Sam, he gonna break it down to y'all a little bit more. If you didn't comprehend, if you've been living under a rock, or if you ain't see what I posted yesterday or what I talked about yesterday, he gonna go ahead and break it down to you just a little bit more. All right. Hold on. All right. My bad. I clicked the wrong tab, y'all. Hold on. There we go. Oh, my God.
By lots of outlets, but Nicole Everything, make sure you're following. Also, Kimbra, make sure you're following her. TThe made a statement. Before assistance was rendered, the vessel owner advised that TThe was no longer needed because help had already been obtained. TThe's involvement concluded at that point. Now,
remember, we talked about this yesterday. Or not yesterday, the day before yesterday. But anyway, continue.
Some people are saying, was there another tow company? But I would say they would have come forward or been questioned already. And we need GPS for the other boats that help them, right? We're seeing video that TMZ just released, which we've all been seeing, that second video that could be Nolan on the boat. The boat name looked like it was either Little Daddy, Mac Daddy, Big Daddy, Real Daddy. We're not sure. It also allegedly looks like that could be Katie's dad on the boat, Katie McCormick's dad. We don't know about that either. There's a story of a cousin not being around, but this could lead, if he was on Katie's dad's boat, to, Mississippi and, hooking up with his daughter, and maybe something went awry. Allegedly, we're not sure of this. Now, here's something I find also very interesting. I had a man who was a member of the fire department Marine rescue team, and he said that when he had to go retrieve a body in the water, that they had to get it into a body bag before lifting him on the boat out of concern that the skin would not stay intact. He said this particular person had been in the water for 24 hours. Now, we know Nolan allegedly was in the water for around 48 plus hours, and they said there was no damage or bloating to the body. This man says if Nolan's body did not show signs of being in the water very long, the math is not mathing. And I couldn't agree more. What do you guys think about this? I'll be on Nancy Grace actually tomorrow morning talking about this case. Please make sure you check me out. We're all staying on top of this. I want to give a shout out to all the amazing independent journalists who single-handedly are keeping this case in the news. And I send my thoughts and prayers and light and love out to the Wells family at this time. Secret Service Sam out, Samson for president of the
Secret Service Sam. Is he on or something? Is he on or something? How y'all feel about what Secret Service Sam said? Can I play another one of his videos?
Secret Service Sam here, and Ben Crump.
All right, actually, yeah. Let me do this. Let me do this because we already know that. Let me get to a video that he released today. Because this is something that we didn't cover yesterday. But Secret Service Sam, I know he looked ugly than shit, but you know, with the band-aid on top of his head, but he got some good information. We got to hear from him.
It is coming out saying that the Cajun Navy asked if dogs could search the boat that I guess Nolan was allegedly on, and that they denied having dogs search their boat. Now, if there was no foul play, if there was nothing that happened, why would they refuse dogs to go on the boat? To obviously smell for wrongdoing? This is just new information. So I need to check and verify this, but there is a lot of suspicion. I saw Officer Tatum went down to that funeral and is calling Ben Crump and Al Sharpton a disgrace and saying that he's got information that'll prove these boys innocent. That
Officer Tatum dude. They got a special place in hell for you, my guy. Special place in fucking hell for you. And if y'all don't know, I haven't showed this guy. This other dude who's Nolan Wells' friends. Hold on. Nolan Wells' friend. Hold on, y'all. Let me find the correct one. In the meantime, here, let me just search. Let me show Secret. Let me just show Secret Sam showing this, talking about this real quick.
Sam here for Nolan Xavier Wells update, and a so-called friend, I guess, Lucas Aviz, is speaking up, saying that he saw Nolan that day, July 4th, and is saying he was drunk, slurring his words. Check this out.
There were so many people. I mean, boats, they were like on top of each other almost. Like, I mean, it was intense. He's pretty hammered. He would slur his words. His movement was slow.
You say he was pretty hammered. He was slowing his words. His movements were slow. Dog, what? You know why a lot of media people haven't picked up this guy talking this? This guy saying something? Because he's fucking lying through his teeth. Warren, this dickhead didn't even say that Nolan, bruh, Warren, this guy, Warren, he who was there. We haven't seen you in no pictures, my guy. We don't even know who the fuck you are. Excuse my French. Oh. God damn it. Hold on, y'all. Let me get this right. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. But the friend that I'm talking about, his story and what he said, I'm gonna put him back on the screen. Give me 2 seconds. But nobody has picked up his story. Even Warren, who was goddamn there. Yes, Warren. The dude who was there on a boat. He didn't say Nolan was slurring his words. He didn't say Nolan was hammered. So why is you coming out and you saying this shit? Who the fuck are you, dog? I'm gonna put him right back on the screen here in 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds, y'all. Give me 2 seconds. All right, here we go. Let's get back to it. This dickhead. Who are you? Who is he? Who is he?
In boats, they're like on top of each other almost. Like, I mean, it was intense. He's pretty hammered. He would slur his words. His movement was slow.
He was pretty hammered. He would slur his words. His movements were slow. Is that right? He was slowing his words. His movements were slow. Okay. So you was a friend who was there, right? You was someone who was there? You was someone who seen him? And you remember that he was hammered. He was slowing his words. He was doing this. He was doing that. Okay. 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 But Warren, his actual friend who was there, didn't mention anything about that. But let's finish this video. My bad.
They have been taken by the current, and I'm guessing he drowned. There's a certain part of the island where the current is pretty strong.
My question is, why is he just coming forward now? And this, again, is pushing this narrative that Nolan was just drunk and everything. But if there was boats on top of each other, again, how I understand riptides and everything, but how do they miss Nolan drowning? None of that makes any sense to me at all. So what do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. Secret Service Sam out, Samson for president of the world. Service Sam here for a Nolan Xavier Wells update, and
I'm gonna play this again.
So-called friend, I guess, Lucas Aviz, is speaking up, saying that he saw Nolan that day, July 4th, and is saying he was drunk, slurring his words. Check this out.
There were so many people. I mean, boats, they're like on top of each other almost. Like, I mean, it was intense. He's pretty hammered. He would slur his words. His movement was slow. They have been taken by the current.
Now he's saying he was slurring his word. His movements were slow. He was pretty hammered, right? Okay. You saying all that. But Warren, his friend who was actually there. Warren, his friend that he actually took pictures with. Warren, his friend that is now talking and doing actual interviews, who was pitching on a boat with him, who came out and whose mom is a lawyer, didn't mention anything that you said, brother.
That he felt Nolan appeared fine every time they would speak on the island that day.
You know, I had a couple conversations with Nolan that day, and I talked to him and a couple of my other buddies. They, in a group, I was not focused on anyone solely, like looking and pointing anyone out. I mean, I was talking to my friends that I haven't seen in a while from high school. I was talking from people I knew from college. I was talking to, you know, everybody my age and even people older. I mean, it was just a regular thing. You know, we're all used to this. We've been out to the islands before. My buddies don't just go out to the island on 4th of July, but they go out, you know, every weekend. I talked to Nolan, and, you know, Nolan was drinking. Everybody was drinking, most of everybody. And I mean, Nolan seemed completely fine every time I talked to him. We had just regular conversations. You know, Nolan was making me laugh. I had a couple conversations with Nolan and Javon, Nolan and my buddy James. I talked to Nolan a couple times, but it wasn't like I was strictly sitting there talking to Nolan the whole day.
But he actually talked to Nolan. So who the fuck are you, my guy? Lucas Alvarez. Who are you? You just said he was hammered. He potentially could have drowned. Who is this guy? Warren. I should have said he talked to him. You ain't say you talked to him.
Current. and I'm guessing he drowned. There's a certain part of the island where the current is pretty strong.
Dog. For the people y'all paying to come out and speak out and talk, make sure they legible. Make sure that they actually knew Nolan, please. Because I just debunked this in less than 5 seconds. We understand the riptides. We understand this, that. But Warren just said, can we play what Warren said again? Can we play what Warren said again? Can I pull that up, please? Hold on. Because I'm going to play what Warren said, and then I'm going to backtrack and play with this Neanderthal head and all the above. I'm going to play what he said. See, it's some stuff we got to debunk. And it's a quick debunking. Quick. Because Warren, who was actually there, actually pictured in pictures with Nolan, this is what he said.
For 2 days, went out to Horn Island. So I've had an opportunity literally to hear Nolan's story. But you know, get in.
Nolan, I could describe Nolan in a million ways. I mean, Nolan.
Oh, my bad. Hold on, y'all. I think that might be the wrong video. God damn it. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Clicked on the wrong video.
You know, every weekend, everybody. And I mean, Nolan seemed completely fine every time I talked to him. We had just regular conversations. You know, Nolan was making me laugh. I had a couple conversations with Nolan and Javon, Nolan and my buddy Gemz. I talked to Nolan a couple times, but it wasn't like I was strictly sitting there talking to Nolan.
You said Nolan seemed fine. I talked to Nolan a couple times.
I mean, there was hundreds of people I knew out there. So,
yeah.
Now, just as Hudson,
Nolan and Javon, I mean, Nolan seemed completely fine every time I talked to him.
Nolan seemed completely fine every time I talked to him. He said a personal account. He talked to him. But then you got dickheads and people who get paid to come out and say some shit like this. Hold on. My bad. I only got the audio. Sorry.
I mean, boats, they're like on top of each other almost. Like, I mean, it was intense. He's pretty hammered. He would slur his words. His movement was slow.
He was pretty hammered. He would slur his words. His movements were slow.
Taken by the current. And I'm guessing he drowned. There's a certain part of the island where the current is pretty strong.
But Warren, what you say again?
Most of everybody. And I mean, Nolan seemed completely fine every time I talked to him. We had just regular conversations. You know, Nolan was making me laugh. I had a couple conversations with Nolan and Javon.
We know Javon. He said he had a couple conversations with him. I'm just trying to figure out who the fuck is this?
My question is,
my bad, not Secret Sam, but who is the Alvarez guy? Y'all see what I'm saying? Let me know in the chat if I'm tripping or not. Let me know in the chat. Am I tripping? Because, dog, what are we talking about? Come on, bruh. I believe Warren. I'm not going to lie to you. Just because he was actually there. He has an actual legitimate story. But what this other dude said? Dog. What? Huh? Come again? Shut up. Like, shut up, dog. We don't want to hear nothing from you. Nothing. Sound like you got paid. Sound like you don't even know Nolan. Fucking jackass. Fuck. All right. Anyway. Actually, hold on before I show this video, because this video ain't gonna talk about nothing. He's not really talking about much. Okay, he's not talking about much either. All right, do we want to get into this full Warren interview? I think we've been here for a little minute. I think I done had y'all sitting on ice for a little second. All right, we're gonna get into this whole Warren interview, the whole part 1. So, with that being said, without further ado, let's go ahead and hear what fucking Warren, who was there, whose picture with Nolan. See what he got to say.
You wanted to take this bold step and give a statement and, get your side out here. And I want to start at the very beginning of all of this and ask you, what was your relationship like with Nolan? Who was he to you?
Nolan, I could describe Nolan in a million ways. I mean, Nolan was not just a best friend of me, but he was a brother. I grew up through elementary, middle school, high school.
How come you didn't go to his funeral? How come you didn't go to his funeral? Did you at least send flowers? Asking for a friend. Okay.
School. And even our freshman year of college, we talked on the phone all the time. We were really close friends. And Nolan was like a brother to me. And Nolan lit up every room he walked in. He always had a smile on his face. He always had something good to say. I've never seen Nolan get in an argument with somebody and say bad things about someone. There's a lot of people that talk crap nowadays, and Nolan was never that person. Sweetest soul ever. And I had a great relationship with Nolan. I've never got in an argument with Nolan. We were super close, and I've never said or will ever have anything bad to say about Nolan Wells.
Yeah, and you guys, you said you kind of grew up together.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know his mom, or how was that? Because I saw in the media where it appears that she may have said, at least I saw in part, that she said as if she didn't know any of you guys.
Right. Well, Nolan, a lot of the times was at like my house and at my buddy's house. We never went to Nolan's house and hung out. And my friend group's very, very tight knit. We hang out every day when we're back home from school. In high school, we hung out most weekdays and every day on the weekend. And we were never at Nolan's house, which, there's nothing wrong with that. But I met his father, and in 8th grade, that's when Nolan and I got really close. It was COVID year. And
so you never been to Nolan house, but you saying he was a best friend, he was like a brother to you. If he is a brother, if he's a best friend, how you ain't never been to his house? All my friends, even my white friends, haven't been to my house before. When we was buddies, when we was younger. But you ain't never been to his house? Okay.
We were in class all year long together, me and a couple of my buddies. And Nolan and I just got super tight because we'd get a Waffle House once a week together, eat. And we were just super, super close. But his dad would swing by Waffle House, and hang out around us, but never, I was never around Nolan's parents a lot. But that didn't change our relationship any. Nolan and I were still just as close, and he was just as close with my friends as anyone else. So,
and walk me through the day of 4th of July where you guys were all going out.
Right.
This seems like something that I would assume that may have occurred more than just this year.
Yeah, of course.
Was it something that you guys did more than just this year? This is a 2-part question. I want to know, is it something that you guys typically did together? That you hang out often in this fashion? And then I want you to then walk me through 4th of July this year when the incident happened.
Okay. Being from the Gulf Coast, there's a boating and fishing is very, very popular. The 4th of July, every year, my friends and I, or my family and I, are out on the water. That's the one day is guaranteed everybody's going out. And that's a known thing. Everybody's trying to get a ride out to Horn Island, or, people go to Ship Island, but most of everybody from Ocean Springs and the Gulf Coast go to Horn Island. And, we went last year. Nolan was on the boat with me last year. And he was, this was a common thing. My friends go on the boat when we're home. Very, very common. That's what we like to do. My friends like to fish also, and like to go on the boat, not just fishing, but like to go on the boat, like to go on sunset cruises, like to do it all, on the water, And I mean, Nolan loved to do that too. I mean, he was not like he was just like everyone else in our friend group. He loved to go on the water and, have a good time with the guys. And that's what we did a lot. But 4th of July, everybody was out there. Like I said, like Nolan was always trying to go on the boat, trying to go out there with us. And he was always welcome to come. Nolan was always out there with us. And, but started 4th of July, my buddies and I had talked about this week's upcoming, everybody's very, very excited for the 4th of July from down here. Like it's a big thing.
It's a big deal.
Very, very big deal. And, I actually stayed with Nolan that night at my buddy's house, and I woke up at my buddy's house, and we went to McDonald's, got food. Nolan was not with me. And, I went and got breakfast. I had my buddy's boat hooked up to my truck. And first I ran to my house, then I went to McDonald's and came back, and the boat was already hooked up to my truck. My buddy Wyatt and I went, and with my buddy, and we went, filled the top of the boat off, loaded it down with ice, and just got everything ready. Then Wyatt went and put his smaller boat in the water, which is the Palm Beach. He's an 18-foot Palm Beach. And I drove the boat from Fort Bayou boat launch to my buddy's grandparents' house, and that's where we all planned to meet up that day. And
you say we all, who you talking about? You, Nolan, and how many people are going to meet you guys there?
We had roughly 20 to 30 people coming on 3 separate boats with us. And so we were all following each other out there as one big group. It wasn't just me and Nolan and a couple other of my buddies. There was 20 or 30 people spread out where we all met at the dock before, and then we departed to go to Horn Island. It wasn't just a couple of us. I mean, there were so many people, we had to split up between 3 boats, and we all left and all got there at the same time.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that's clear, because the statements that are out there made it appear that it was just you, Nolan, and probably 2 or 3 other guys, and y'all are the only ones that went out to this island.
And that's completely incorrect. I mean, Horn Island on the 4th of July is the most popular day to be on the water on, throughout the entire Gulf Coast. I mean, everybody and their mom is on the water on 4th of July, There's no telling. I mean, roughly probably 2 to 3, maybe even 4,000 people out there. There were boats lined up off the island. I mean, there was 3 rows of boats all the way until my vision ended, until I could see of people there was 1 row of boats, and then there was another row of boats, and then there was a 3rd row of boats.
Yeah.
I mean, there was people lined up all up and down the island to where, who knows? And that wasn't just, we were parked on the north side, on the west tip. It wasn't just there. There's tons of people packed out on the south side and on the east end and in the middle of the island. But just where we were, there was easily 1,000 people. It wasn't just us.
Let's go back a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go back to you guys at the dock, getting on the boat. You're saying there's multiple people, probably 20 or 30 people getting on 3 boats.
Right.
What boat were you on, and what boat was Nolan on?
Nolan was on Wyatt's 22 Triton. On the way out, I went with my buddy Bart, because we had a lot of friends from college coming down, and Bart, I called Bart that morning. I was like, "Hey man, can you take your boat out?" And he was like, "Yeah, well, my dad's decided not to go, and I'll take the boat, and I'll take you and your friends." Of course, he's a buddy of mine. And so Bart pulled up at the dock, and I rode out there with Bart and a lot of the girls that go to college with my friends and I, and Nolan rode out on the Triton. And then we had a Palm Beach, 18 Palm Beach. There was 4 guys on that. There was like 8 people on the Triton. And then there was 8 or 9 people on the Triton. And then there was the rest of the group, which was ranged from maybe 10 to 15 or 16 people on my buddy's tide line, which
is because we went out there a little earlier, because I wanted to see exactly what the drive was like, what the dock was like, how far it is out there.
Of course.
But I want you to tell, the audience, like, what was this trip like? How was the waters? Did you guys do anything in between the time you rode and the time you get to the island? Was there music? Is it like a big party? Like what is that?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously music's blasting. It's 4th of July, man. I mean, you know how, I mean, everybody's really excited. And I mean, we had a lot of people loaded down. So obviously our biggest, you know, we're just trying to make sure everybody, you know, gets out there safe. And so, I mean, on the way out there, it was pretty calm. I think it was blowing like 3 or 4 knots. I mean, the waters were clear. It was a great day to be on the water. Sunshine, not cloudy at all. And I mean, it was a great day to be out there on 4th of July. And so, I mean, we followed each other out, and I mean, it was calm. It was calm. On the way back, it was a little more rough, but it was not anything all my buddies' boats couldn't handle, or like, it wasn't like we were getting really beat up or anything. I mean, it was pretty calm.
So if it was calm waters, how the hell did he drown? Warren is saying that the waters was calm. The boats can handle it, right? So, but what we hearing about these rip tides, these currents, these strong currents that can just take you just like that. But Warren's sitting here telling us, nah, the waters is calm. Our boats can handle that. We was out there kicking it, having a good old time. Warren, I need you to tell everybody how many people was there. Coming up soon. Here it come.
And so you guys get out there. I'm assuming that you line the boats up, because I'm envisioning the picture of getting out there and there's hundreds of boats. Mm-hmm. There's thousands of people. Yeah. So it wasn't just you guys on a deserted island with
of course not
a few people. This is thousands of people out there.
Right.
And there's a lot of people doing what? What does it look like when you first pull up?
I pull up, and we pulled up at 10:30. I mean, it wasn't, I mean, early afternoon. I mean, it wasn't, but 10:30 is, you know, still pretty early in the day. And when we got there was already 3 rows of boats lined up all the way, like I said, until I could see. And
you're talking, when you say all you can see, you're speaking about miles of boat. When we went out there earlier, or not earlier today, but when we went out there, the island is massive.
Correct.
I mean, it's just several miles long.
Roughly 10 to 12 miles. I mean, it's.
So you think that the boats were stretching from one end to the next, or just a small area of about a mile or less than a mile of boats?
Well, I mean, I think there was boats all the way around the entire island, but I think some spots were more popular than others. Like the West Tip is usually very, very crowded on the 4th of July, and everybody knows that. So that's where a lot of people park, because they want to be around other people. And the East End's a little more, there's not as many people, but there's still a lot of boats out there. I mean, it's not like no one, I mean, every area of Horn Island was covered 100%.
Wow. So you get out there.
Well, if every area of Horn Island was covered, how come the last time everybody's saying they saw him was around 3 o'clock? How come ain't nobody else know what boat he left on and what else happened? I hope y'all at least told the authorities. But you saying, Warren, it was a whole bunch of people out there. So if the whole town was out there, how come the whole town ain't coming and speaking up for Nolan? I mean, we don't know what y'all telling the authorities, because obviously the authorities ain't gonna tell us. They ain't told nobody nothing. But I'm just saying, though. I am just saying.
Y'all jump out. What do? You know, when I say jump out, you obviously not just sitting on the boat. The island is there. Like, what exactly are people doing there? Like, are you spending more time in the water, on the island, in the boat? Like, how is that look out there?
I mean, everybody, as soon as you get there, I mean, there's people on boats, grabbing drinks and, you know, food, whatever else. Like, I mean, everybody is fully prepared for the 4th of July. They bring, you know, all the drinks and food that they need, because, I mean, they've been preparing for 4th for a little while now. But when we got there, I helped my buddies.
Oh, they've been preparing for 4th for a little while now. What you mean? No, I'm playing. But if they've been preparing for it, and this everybody and their mama out there, everybody got their snacks, their drinks. So that means everybody was there probably to be there for most of the night. So that way you don't got to leave the boat. You don't got to leave the island. You can stay there, kick it all night. So if you stand there and you're kicking it damn near all night, how did no one see Nolan drown?
tie the boats up because the tie line was right here, the Palm Beach was in the middle, and then the Triton was on the outer side. And there was about a drop off from where the bow was. I mean, if you jumped off the bow, you were probably about neck deep in water. But if you got off the stern, you were probably waist deep in water. I mean, but when we got there, we tied up, got, bow and rear anchor set, and we tied up all the boats, made sure they were good, and everyone just got on the water. And then eventually, next thing you know, it's our group. And then, next thing you know, there's 50 other people around us. And then it just grew and grew as the day came on. And, that's just how it was. Everybody's drinking, it's 4th of July. Everyone's just trying to enjoy themselves. And, it's a big party, basically. Big party.
Yeah. So y'all pretty much having a good time. Just like anybody would imagine, 18-year-olds, probably 20-year-olds, college students, out on the island, women, you probably had alcohol. Y'all having a good time.
Yeah, of course.
And so where's Nolan in this? You guys out there, the friend groups are out there, 3 boats full of people that came out there that seem to be the closest friend group.
Right.
Where's Nolan in this in comparison to where you and others are at?
Yeah. Because that's the real question. It's been about 13 minutes into the interview. We ain't heard nothing. So what Nolan at? Talk to us more.
I had a couple conversations with Nolan that day, and I talked to him and a couple of my other buddies. They in a group. I was not focused on anyone solely, like looking and pointing anyone out, because there's so many people out there. I mean, I was talking to my friends that I haven't seen in a while from high school. I was talking from people I knew from college. I was talking to, everybody my age, and even people older than us were, over there. It was just a regular thing. We're all used to this. We've been out to the islands before. My buddies don't just go out to the island on 4th of July, but they go out, every weekend. Like, I fish the islands. I don't just, fish around Horn Island. I fish around Ship Island too. So I'm very familiar with the islands. And I feel like it was just a big, I talked to Nolan, and, Nolan was drinking. Everybody was drinking, most of everybody. And Nolan seemed completely fine every time I talked to him. We had just regular conversations, and, Nolan was making me laugh. I had a couple conversations with Nolan and Javon, Nolan and my buddy James, Nolan. And I could tell you, I talked to Nolan a couple times, but it wasn't like I was strictly sitting there talking to Nolan the whole day. There was hundreds of people I knew out there. So,
yeah. And Nolan said something interesting. You told me about this. Something he said to you, I would say would be indicative of y'all's friendship.
Right.
And then he also mentioned something to you about that particular day and what it meant to him.
Right.
And could you share that?
Right. Yeah. So Nolan and my buddy Javon are talking, and I grew up with Nolan, and Nolan's just like I said, like just so joyful, like always happy. Like every picture I have with Nolan or picture I have of Nolan, he's smiling. Like he's always happy. If I always need like a shed of light, I'm calling Nolan, and Nolan and I laugh and joke a lot. Like that's how our friend group is. We're really jokingly laugh. No one takes anything that serious. We enjoy our time together. There's never any awkwardness within our friend group. We're very, very tight. So if I ever need to get something off my chest or talk to anybody, I'm talking to all my friends. I'm not just talking to like specifically anybody. I would go out, like even if I'm having issues with something, I go talk to my group chat, and my guys are there to, give me a hand anytime I need it. And all my guys are, all my buddies are the same exact way. Nolan was the same exact way. If you ever need something, I'm here, man. Like that's how he was. So.
And then you guys get ready to leave prematurely.
Right.
And explain that, because you guys got there around 10.
Yeah.
It's now 4:30.
Right.
People are still out there partying, and
Correct.
They're having a good time. But something happened to where it necessitated you guys to get the boat up and running. Can you explain that?
Yeah. So.
Interesting. So that was only part 1 of the interview. We haven't got part 2 yet. Some people may have gotten part 2, but we haven't yet. But when I tell you, we gonna get to the bottom of it. But in that part 1, because that was my first time watching it all the way through. I showed y'all some clips earlier where he said he talked to Nolan multiple times, and Nolan seemed fine. Nolan seemed like, he was kicking it. We heard contradicting stories from one person, my guy Lucas Avius, or whatever the hell his name is, saying that Nolan was slurring his words. Nolan was hammered. He was drunk. But when we just heard from him, he said Nolan was fine. Nolan was, Nolan. He was all right. I just want to play this one more time for y'all, because this really upset me, though, that people are really out here just spreading fake news and fake information. And don't get me wrong, dog. I get it. I truly get it, but at the same time, dog, why come out and say this if it's not the truth? Why come out and say this if it's not really what happened? You understand? So I'm going to show you these two contradictions again. On one hand, Warren, his friend who's speaking out now, ironically enough, waiting until 2 weeks later, they finally got their story together. Mommy said, hey, it's okay. So I'm going to show you these two contradictions. I'm going to show you the first one, and then I'm going to go ahead and show you the second one. The first contradiction is this dickhead right here. Let me show you. Let's get into it. What you got to say, Mr. Dickhead? Oh, shit. Of course. Why am I always doing this with the audio? My bad, y'all. That's because when I be finding videos, I'll be wanting videos just to play in the background. So that's kind of why, but still, my bad, players. Anyway, back to the video. Back to it.
People, I mean, boats, they're like on top of each other almost. Like, I mean, it was intense. He's pretty hammered. He would slur his words. His movement was slow. They have been taken by the current, and I'm guessing he drowned. There's a certain part of the island where the current is pretty strong.
We just heard Warren say that the current was smooth that night. It wasn't nothing too crazy. Let's hear one from Warren again. Oh, shit. Audio. My bad, y'all.
And on Wednesday being the
Oh, Jesus Christ. Right when we get into the middle of the nitty gritty. All right, hold on. But my guy Warren, what did you have to say? Here we go again.
I knew from college. I was talking to, everybody my age and even people older. I mean, it was just a regular thing. We're all used to this. We've been out to the islands before. My buddies don't just go out to the island on 4th of July, but they go out. Everybody was drinking, most of everybody. And I mean, Nolan seemed completely fine every time I talked to him. We had just regular conversations. Nolan was making me laugh. I had a couple conversations with Nolan and Javon, Nolan and my buddy Gemz. I talked to Nolan a couple times, but it wasn't like I was strictly sitting there talking to Nolan.
Right. But we just heard a glaring contradiction, right? He just said one of his pals, another friend, said Nolan was drunk. He was hammered. So let's play these two back to back. All right. I'm going to play these two audios back to back, and let me know in the chat, who do y'all think is telling the truth? I'm bringing this up for a reason, because I want to get back into why did this one supposed friend come out and say the stupid shit? Of course. The audio. Of course.
I mean, boats, they're like on top of each other almost. Like, I mean, it was intense. He's pretty hammered. He would slur his words. His movement was slow. They have been taken by the current, and so I'm guessing he drowned. There's a certain part of the island where the current is pretty strong.
He was slurring his words. His movement was slow. That's what Mr. Alvarez, Lucas, just said. But we don't believe you, my guy. Because Warren, the actual guy that was pictured with him, the actual guy that went on the island, and we actually saw it our own two eyes that he was with Nolan, and he's now coming out publicly and addressing us and telling us about Nolan. This is what he had to say once again.
I had a couple conversations with Nolan and Javon, Nolan and my buddy James. I had a time I talked to him. We had just regular conversation, and I mean, Nolan seemed completely fine every time I talked to him. We had just regular conversations. Nolan was.
Why did the other dude, who we don't know, who we ain't never seen a picture with Nolan, come out and just say he was hammered, he was slurring his words? But Warren, what'd you just say?
Nolan seemed completely fine every time I talked to him. We had just regular conversations. Nolan was making me laugh. I had a couple conversations with Nolan and Javon, Nolan and my buddy James. I talked to Nolan a couple times, but it wasn't like I was strictly sitting there talking to Nolan the whole day. I mean, there was hundreds of people I knew out there. So,
So who do y'all believe? The Lucas Alvarez dude who just out here probably looking for clout, saying that he was hammered, he was drunk, slurring his words? Or do you believe his actual friend who we saw with pictures with? Oh, not, I wouldn't say actual friend, but friend, who's a judge's son, by the way, too. I don't know. You tell me. I don't believe none of them. But for the dude to come out and say he was hammered, he was drunk, he was slurring his words. Oh, what? Warren just said that he. So which one is it? Okay, I digress. Let's move on. As we talk about this story, it also was another tragic story that I want to bring to the front of the congregation. This story is quite interesting. I haven't really dove into the story, but I might start. My guy right here. 2 white boys picked up 18-year-old Daniel Irving to go swimming and fishing. And they came back from the trip, and Daniel did it. A couple days later, they admitted he drowned, and they got rid of his clothes and his phone because they were scared. And this story also happened on the 4th of July. It just obviously, Nolan Wells, he's getting the grunt of the attention. But this story, yeah, we're going to cover this one too. Yeah, we're going to get into this one too. Yeah, we're going to get into it. Daniel Irving, I got you, big dog. Rest in heaven, baby. But y'all picked him up to go swimming and fishing. And then you came back from the trip, but Daniel didn't. You probably said initially nothing happened. We don't know what happened to him. But then later on, you admitted that you got rid of his clothes and you got rid of his phone because y'all was scared. Y'all see how stuff don't add up? And in this situation, at least the boys knew they couldn't cover it up for too long. But in this other situation, the family's rich. They potentially got money to cover some stuff up if they really wanted to. If they really wanted to. But anyway, hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. Let me fact check this one. All right, let's get into this video. Ah, crap.
Got his ass on a podcast to talk to a house Negro faster than he was willing to turn over Nolan's phone and Nolan's keys to his dad that they had to call the police. Look at this privileged ass shit.
Talked to him. We had just regular conversations, and Nolan was making me laugh. I had a couple conversations with Nolan and Javon, Nolan and my buddy James. Nolan and I could tell you. I talked to Nolan a couple times, but it wasn't like I was strictly sitting there talking to Nolan the whole day. I mean, there was hundreds of people I knew out there. So,
yeah. So riddle me the fuck this. Y'all lawyered up in less than 24 hours. But you sent on this Django Negro ass podcast?
I could describe Nolan in a million ways. I mean, Nolan was not just the best friend of me, but he...
Yeah. There's a lot going on, y'all. A lot of people talking about it. Yeah. Sometimes you don't know what to believe or who to believe. If I'm being honest, hold on, y'all. Okay. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds, y'all. I'm trying to get the hold of this other video. Hold on. Goodness gracious. Hold on. Actually, let's move on. I ain't going to even show that. Let's move on. She made a good point, though. She made a good point. She said, "You sitting down with this house, Negro?" That's wild. That's wild. Judge Mathis.
But I'm a judge that has to weigh all the evidence preliminarily.
Why it went.
I don't believe he drowned. I believe he was killed. But I'm a judge that has to weigh all the evidence preliminarily. That's what I see. You don't leave your friend on an island, seeing that he has left his phone, and not at least go back. You came there with him. You left him there, you say, because he wanted to stay. But you notice that he's left his phone. How was he going to get home in the first place? Wouldn't he need his phone in order to call his transportation? Or they should have known some of that. He would have said, I'm going to get home by such and such way. Hey, man, I'm not coming. Y'all go ahead. I got a young lady. Okay, man. Is she going to bring you home? How you going to get home? You don't ask any of those questions?
And y'all don't know who he went home with?
Must have asked those questions. If you're
truly his friend, you would ask those questions. If you truly cared about him, you would ask those questions. If you truly wanted him to get home safe, you would have asked those questions. Let's go ahead and watch this clip real quick. My bad, y'all. I know we bouncing a little bit, but we bouncing for a reason.
But this whole situation has me heated. Every time we get an update in the Nolan Wells case, it feels like we walk away with more questions than answers. It's given too many cover-up vibes, and that's exactly why people are losing faith. Here's the question that's eating at me. If the independent autopsy couldn't fully examine key neck structures that could help answer how Nolan died, why? Explain that. Don't tell people they're overreacting. Explain it. Walk the family through it. Walk the public through it. Because if you're asking people to trust this investigation, transparency isn't optional. It's the job. You know what makes people suspicious? Not questions, silence, confusion, information coming out piece by piece instead of all at once. That's what destroys confidence. And then people wonder why nobody wants to just blindly accept everything's fine. No, earn that trust. The Wells family deserves better than uncertainty. They deserve every report that's legally available, every explanation, every timeline, every answer investigators can provide, because no family should be left wondering whether they know the whole story. How in the hell does the state not include an entire neck? That's vital information. They're playing games, y'all. I'm not asking anybody to jump to conclusions.
So here is some breaking news into the down.
That's facts. That's facts.
Lemon Show Newsroom. Preliminary findings in the Nolan Wells independent autopsy have just been released. And here's what we know. The autopsy found a large area of unexplained red discoloration in the soft tissue of the back of Nolan's head, according to the independent pathologist, they noticed several internal structures of his neck were unavailable for examination because they had been retained during the original state autopsy. Not that unusual, though. While the cause and the manner of Nolan's death remain undetermined, Nolan Wells' family is finally getting some answers now. Look, this family has really been through hell. We have watched
Not
it.
really, though.
The Wells family says they lost confidence in the official investigation. They were forced to seek an independent autopsy to find out what truly happened to Nolan on the 4th of July. And as attorney Ben Crump said this morning, we stand for justice, no matter who it convicts or acquits. And we just want the facts wherever they may lead. That's it, period. That's what he said. We're going to continue to follow this Nolan Wells case, seeking transparency and answers for this young man and his family.
For sure. Crucial evidence, though, removed by Mississippi medical examiner. It's not uncommon. It's not. But at the same time, y'all should at least told us that you was going to get an independent operative. You wasn't going to give him the neck. You ain't going to give him the neck that's connected to the lungs. So that way they could tell if he actually drowned or maybe he was. I digress. Yeah, y'all. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to continue to get into it, man. We're going to continue to turn on every stone. We're going to continue to look under every crack, neck, everything. I say every crack and cranny. Yeah, every crack and cranny. We will. I promise you we will. Tonight, Mississippi is going to go up in flames. Not literally, y'all, but man, I hope they got something cooking for y'all, though. Because, man, how you going to do an autopsy without his neck? Anyway, it's common practice, though, that they kept his neck. But at the same time, though, yeah, he kept his neck for a reason. How come y'all didn't tell us what was the reason? How come you haven't given us any answers? I know in other cases, well, some of the, let's just call it what it is. I know other cases that I've heard of and that where people went missing or where it was foul play or where it was potentially a homicide. You had the authorities with their victims, with white victims specifically, they come up getting the public updates them every other day. They come out giving the public updates them there weekly. I'm just saying. Just throwing it out there. Let's get back to what my gal got to say, though. Real quick, last one.
The thing, could this be an accident? Could he have fallen off the back of the boat and hit his head? Of course. But why did y'all delete the Snapchat? Why did y'all delete all y'all's social media profiles? Why did y'all delete the one picture he was in? Why did y'all lawyer up immediately when it was still a missing person before you even knew a crime had been committed? All right? So that's why it was not a fucking accident at this point. Okay? That's why y'all knew what happened, because of y'all's behavior. Y'all deleted the evidence. Y'all deleted the photos that would have exonerated you. Y'all went and deleted his Snapchat. We didn't do that. That's what y'all did to prove y'all are guilty. Here's the thing. Could this be an accident? Could he have fallen off the back of the boat and hit his head? Of course. But why did y'all delete the Snapchat? Why did y'all delete all y'all's social media profiles? Why did y'all delete the one picture he was in? Why did y'all lawyer up immediately when it was still a missing person before you even knew a crime had been committed? All right? So that's why it was not a fucking accident at this point. Okay? That's why y'all knew what happened, because of y'all's behavior. Y'all deleted the evidence. Y'all deleted the photos that would have exonerated you. Y'all went and deleted his Snapchat. We didn't do that. That's what y'all did to prove y'all are guilty. Here's the thing. Could this be an accident? Could he have fallen off the back of the boat and hit his head? Of course. But why did y'all delete the Snapchat?
She makes a hell of a point, though, right? They lawyered up quick. They deleted the Snapchat. They deleted this. They did it. If it's just a missing person, why you got to lawyer up? If it's just a missing person, why you got to delete him from off your social medias? If it's just a missing person, why you moving so hastily? I'm just saying, like, if he really drowned or if y'all really ain't had nothing to do with it, why y'all moving the way y'all moving? She brings up factual points, bruh. Like, Let's watch this one more time. Is she not making sense? One more time for the people over there in the back.
The thing, could this be an accident? Could he have fallen off the back of the boat and hit his head? Of course. But why did y'all delete the Snapchat? Why did y'all delete all y'all's social media profiles? Why did y'all delete the one picture he was in? Why did y'all lawyer up immediately when it was still a missing person before you even knew a crime had been committed? All right? So that's why it was not a fucking accident at this point. Okay? That's why y'all knew what happened, because of y'all's behavior. Y'all deleted the evidence. Y'all deleted the photos that would have exonerated you. Y'all went and deleted his Snapchat. We didn't do that. That's what y'all did to prove y'all are guilty.
And the plane has landed. Yeah. 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 Do y'all agree with her? Because I fucking totally agree. Totally agree. Totally agree. Secret Service Sam, what you got to say about it? Talk to me, my guy. Let me unmute you.
Points is the state has evidence that the independent examiner did not have access to, including the retained neck structures, any microscopic slides, toxicology, original photographs, which are very important to see the condition of the body, scene investigation, and law enforcement findings. So it's entirely possible from a forensic standpoint for the state to conclude that this was an accidental drowning. Now, the red discoloration is attributed to a postmortem change in decomposition. There was a medical examiner who said the redness in the back of the neck could have just been pooling from him being on his back. But in the video with the two nurses, they said his body was transported face down. Now, also, I want to clear something up. The Cajun Navy is saying that he did not have a shirt on when they found him. They're saying that was misreported. But the red discoloration is attributable to a postmortem change in decomposition. There is no evidence of fatal trauma. The findings, together with the investigative circumstances, support accidental drowning. But here's the question. The second autopsy didn't receive the lungs or the throat, which would allow you to see if he was strangled or if he drowned. So whether that conclusion would be persuasive depends on how well it's supported and explained. If the report simply states accidental drowning without addressing the independent examiner's documented observations or explaining why they were interpreted differently, it is more likely to be questioned by the family, independent experts, or the public. Again, why is Stacey Turner and Mississippi not releasing their autopsy? If there's no foul play, if this was an accidental drowning, if there's water in the lungs, why not show it? This is just showing more distrust within the community. And again, with Mississippi's racist past, with Stacey Turner's past of like with Trey Reed, the person who unalived himself in the park, she ruled it an unaliving of himself.
When his ass had, go ahead, say it, Sam.
Nobody trusts Miss.
Basically, she ruled one case unaliving of himself when he was hung and he had fucking broken legs. How the hell you hang yourself if you got fucking broken legs, Stacey? I'm just asking for a friend. But this, y'all, this case is just a tip of the iceberg. Because I'm just asking, how do you unalive yourself? You hang yourself from a goddamn tree. This is what we're talking about. Not talking about Nolan Wells. We're talking about a separate case. That's Stacey, the same medical examiner that just took the lungs and the throat from Nolan Wells and didn't give it to the second person for the second autopsy to be done. You ruled another black young man who was hung from a fucking tree. You ruled his death as a suicide, but he had fucking broken legs. How do you fucking hang yourself if you got broken legs? Excuse my French. I digress. Let's finish. What you got to say, Sam?
Mississippi, period. It's so sad that the family had to get a second autopsy because they don't trust them. And again, Why is the state not releasing their autopsy? We need more answers. Justice for Nolan Xavier Wells. Secret Service Sam Out Sampson for president of
the world. That's all Secret Sam. But he brings up a fucking valid point, doesn't he? Where's the state's autopsy? And if the state autopsy, the medical examiner from the independent, so the preliminary, oh my fucking God, I can't even say it. The autopsy, the independent autopsy that the family had done, basically they didn't receive his neck and they didn't receive his throat. So everything right here, they didn't receive it. Why? Maybe you had to do some further testing. Maybe you had to do some further examination. Potentially, right? Potentially. That's very understandable. But dog, if it was just a simple drowning, if it was just a simple fluid in the lungs, how come you just won't release it so that way everybody can move on and shut the hell up? Just saying. Next video. Ah, shit. My bad, y'all. Y'all know the audio. Y'all know Abby. But anyway.
I knew you were watching this live. We were watching it live. I know you were taking a lot of notes as we were trying to make sense of this. There's a lot of different areas here to go into. I guess I'll just start with the big conclusion from this independent autopsy. You tell me how limited independent autopsies are. But the fact that it came out that the cause and manner of death are undetermined pending investigation, is that something that surprises you? Or and what do we mean by this? What do we take away from this?
Number one, given the circumstances surrounding this case, I am extremely disappointed that an independent autopsy was not performed from the beginning. Yes, the state has a responsibility to perform the autopsy, but even the county coroner said, I want no parts of it. I'm sending this to the state ME's office. So if they were going to do that, they should have given this family the option from the beginning to have an independent autopsy, because things are missing from this independent autopsy that as a mother, as a community member, don't sit right with me. Number one, if you were going to hold back any parts of the body, I feel as if the independent examiner should have known that from the beginning, and a report of what those findings were should have been sent to him. Yes, it is customary to hold back pieces of the body if you're going to examine them further. But why? What was there that you needed to examine? And why have you not discussed this with the family? Transparency as a public official, especially in the role of coroner, where you are expected to perform an independent autopsy outside of the police's investigation, I feel that the coroner and ME's office has not been transparent and upfront with this family, and that is very concerning to me. Why would you hold back the neck muscles? Why would you hold back?
Let me play that portion of the press conference right now.
That's the same question we asked you. Inner neck structures were absent, not received with the body. The trachea and the laryngeal cartilage, the thyroid horn, and
hold on, my bad. Let me interject. True crime. Fix your goddamn audio, dog. Y'all got too much money. My audio been crystal clear for my audience. Come on now. Y'all got to do better. That's what the true crime, though.
The hyoid bone were not received with the body. Therefore, this pathologist cannot rule out injury to the neck as a contributor or a cause of death.
Dr. Rutherford, why would those pieces be removed? And are they being tested? You make a really good point about why that wasn't communicated to Dr. Mitchell, right, the person who was conducting this independent autopsy. But why would those pieces of a body be typically, or I don't know, is it typical to remove them, and for what purpose?
Yes, it is typical to remove them. Whenever an autopsy is performed, we are removing those internal structures so that we can further examine them, not only from a visual standpoint, standpoint, but from a microscopic standpoint as well. Now, when we look at the neck muscles, we look at what's called the strap muscles. So if you kind of, just to give you kind of an idea, these are your strap muscles, okay? But right here sits your esophagus, sits your trachea, sits your hyoid bone. They specifically mentioned that the hyoid bone was not included in the body when the independent examiner received it. That's a significant point for me because that means that they are checking to see if the strap muscles had hemorrhaging, meaning signs of strangulation. Petechial hemorrhaging is very important, but also bleeding into those muscles. The hyoid bone, examining that bone, being able to remove the soft tissue from it to check for signs of trauma, like a fracture to that bone, is crucial when you're thinking about possible strangulation or someone being choked, hit in the neck area, blunt force trauma. The other thing that's significant for me with this is that they could not determine whether or not intracranial hemorrhage occurred, which again is problematic because there was discoloration to the back of the skull. They noted it. They measured it.
I was going to ask you about that.
Why was that not disclosed? And if there was no underlying fracture, fine. But why not say that? This family should know more than what they know. Even when we get cases like this and we have questions, we still tell the families what little we know and tell them, hey, things could change, but here's what we have right now.
Yes, that's
so
because
a lot of questions
you guys.
about this.
So this is a medical examiner. She's a former medical examiner for herself, and she's basically explaining for my audience who just came in. She's basically explaining that it's not uncommon to leave the neck and the throat out. The autopsy, the independent autopsy that was done, they left the neck and the throat out. We understand that for further examination. But how come you didn't how come you weren't transparent with the family? How come you didn't tell the family that before you gave them the fucking body back and before they sent it to Washington, D.C. to be examined a second time? How come you didn't inform the family that, hey, we took the neck and we kept the throat so that way we can further examine it? You still haven't gave us the autopsy, but how come you just can't at least be transparent to the family? Because the family would have came out and said, hey, they let us know they kept the throat, they kept the neck because they're further examining it and they want to further do some tests, this and that. But y'all not being transparent. At least keep the family in the loop. That's the least you can do.
Number one, the fact that those, I hate to say it, those pieces of Nolan's body are missing, does that mean you can't even determine whether this was an accidental drowning?
Exactly, because I need to know when they received that body at that first examination, was there water in the airway? Was there debris in the airway? What were the contents of his stomach? Were there pills there? Was there alcohol there? Was there food there? That gives me a timeline on when Nolan may have last eaten. What was he drinking? I'm examining the contents of his stomach. How was his body found? Was he found actually in a body of water, truly inside of the water, or was he just on the shoreline? All of these things matter greatly when you are doing a water death, especially.
So if the first examiner, right, removed those body parts, does that suggest that they may have a conclusion, that when the state ME's report comes out with the toxicology findings, they may have a conclusion whether or not there was foul play, whether there was trauma to that region, whether there was drowning, that the fact that they...
Let me answer that for you. They better have a goddamn reason to why they kept the neck and why they kept the neck, the throat, why they kept those things. Because if they don't have a reason to why they kept those things, it's gonna be fucking hell to pay for fucking Mississippi. You can bet your ass on that one. Excuse my French, y'all. I'm kind of getting a little hyped up. I'm not gonna lie to you, but wait, we getting some answers. I promise you that.
Removed those pieces would suggest they may have an answer.
They sent everything else. So obviously they held these pieces of Nolan's body behind to further examine them. Why? And if you weren't going to send the entire body, why? And you need to tell not only the examiner that, you need to tell the family that, you need to tell the attorney that, because that is significant information. This Dr. Roger Mitchell cannot perform a full independent examination if he's missing pieces of the body. Did you do a full skeletal x-ray to know whether or not those bones were broken? I really think the biggest mistake here is that they did not allow this family to go ahead and perform an independent autopsy knowing the circumstances of this case.
But people are going to look at this and say, are they hiding something? They give a body over without, is that a fair conclusion? Or is that, like, again, I want to be careful about this and say, is this something that you've seen before? Is it standard? Is it a lapse in judgment? Is it a mistake? Is it sloppy work? Or is there something that is not, there's a lack of transparency?
Here's what I think. Listening to them respond about the condition of his body and what they believed.
Hi, I'm Dylan, co-founder.
So sorry, y'all. Spot and Tango ain't paying us, and we is not finna watch that ad. Give me 2 seconds. All right, let's get back to it. Cause that, and then you see how they gonna give us an ad when it's like the worst time, and when we really get into the nitty gritty, they ain't paying us. We ain't watching that ad. But let's get back to the story.
Could have happened to Nolan without even getting to the examination of his body is concerning. How can you assume that there was no foul play? How can you assume that this was an accidental drowning and you have not even completed the autopsy yet? That would have been mistake number one to point out in this case, not only from a perspective of being a parent, but also just as the coroner. I meet with our law enforcement and tell them, hey, please do not release this type of information without talking to me first. Because I don't want the family to think that we're hiding anything from them. I want them to know. And Nolan deserves to have the story of his death told. No matter how harsh it may be, no matter how benign it may be, he deserves to have the truth of his death told accurately.
This red discoloration on the back of Nolan's head in this tissue area, I believe they call it the focal. You would know better than me. The focal. They call it the focal.
They called it a focal discoloration, meaning that it wasn't a diffuse discoloration. I mean, it didn't cover a wide area. It was very specific to that area. So specific, in fact, that they could measure it to determine that it didn't spread anywhere else. So I think that's really important because that could be a point of impact.
Now, could that be from the examination, the first examination, the way the body was placed? Or could that be, because remember when the body was ultimately examined, right? I think it was July 10th, they say the body was examined, unless I think I'm correct about that. But could that be someone hit Nolan? Something happened to him and that mark would still be there, just assuming, or do you think it could be something that happened after he died?
I think it's probably before, especially because there seemed to be the discoloration as it was described. And again, you have someone who is a non-medical professional reading an autopsy report, which I also completely disagree with.
Yes, because there's no reason why the fuck Ben Crump should have been up there reading this medical report or this autopsy, knowing he has no history in it. I know Crump, you could have paid somebody who looks at autopsy reports, or in close relation, you could have got somebody to do this for you. But the fact that you was up there reading it yourself, Crump, I'm not gonna lie, it was hard to follow my damn self. I was up there confused, like, what the hell is he talking about? What the hell? He can't even pronounce some of these words. So it should have been somebody else doing it. For sure. We understand you speaking for the family. We understand you are the lawyer. But at the same time, dog, you should have had somebody up there, because it was not I really think about it. What my girl was saying earlier, she was saying something that was real. He shouldn't have been up there fucking talking. He should have had somebody else up there talking. Somebody up there. But let's continue.
Because it muddies the waters. He really should have had either Dr. Mitchell or an assistant, someone with medical training and knowledge, to read this autopsy report. But I digress. The discoloration that they discussed, just want to make sure I'm quoting them correctly and what they stated, said it was a 12 by 8 inch red discoloration overlaying the occipital bone. So I think that's significant because this shows a blow from behind, no matter whether or not it caused.
Whoa. And they got the body damn near 5-6 days later, and it still showed a blow from behind. Whoa.
Intracranial hemorrhage or not, we know that there was no underlying skull fracture associated with it. So the fact that this happened to him, we know that this was a ante-mortem thing, that this happened before he died, because you don't really bruise after you die. We checked for those bruises. We actually have the pathologist cut into those bruises, and they look for certain things. Now, again, this body was found later. It was found in an outdoor area, but we don't know if that body had been there the entire time, or did somebody bring it back and turn it off. They say he was fully clothed, but in all the pictures, he doesn't have a shirt on. There's so many questions.
Yeah, what did you make of that? What about the marked decomposition of the body?
Again, very significant. It's so significant because I want to know what decompositional changes there were. Was he bloated? Was he waterlogged? They say he wasn't waterlogged, but again, if you're found face down near a body of water, wet things break down faster. I can't imagine that the shoreline is just dry. There's water there. There's moisture there. So is his face intact? What were there bugs on him? There should have been some examination, even with the forensic entomologist, to say, was bug activity present here? You can look at the bugs to help determine a timeline for the time of death. I feel like so much is missing here. And I think the biggest mistake, Jesse, seriously, is that they should have given this family the option to perform an autopsy on their own before someone else touched the body.
I want to play something else from Ben Crump this morning. Let's take a look.
This pathologist cannot rule out if any intervening non-accidental factors contributed to or caused the death of Nolan Wells. Understand, he's saying based on the examination of the body, he cannot rule out foul play. That is significant. With the following questions still outstanding, number one, what were the circumstances that led to Nolan Xavier Wells entering the water? Number two, what was the body position when it was found? Number three, was there water in the airway? Remember, he talked about the lungs and the airways, where they fill with water. Number four, is there any evidence of injuries to the anterior neck structure? We got the autopsy without his neck. We got the body without his neck at the time of the second autopsy. Number five, is there any evidence of any intracranial hemorrhaging? He said that is going to be very significant. Things that he could not observe at autopsy that the initial medical examiner would have been able to observe.
I got to skip this.
How the state investigators now respond to this? I'm imagining they're still waiting for toxicology results for their own autopsy, but do they respond to this? How do they respond to this? When do we receive the official autopsy from the state medical examiner's office? What's going to happen next there? I mean, I'm really curious about the law enforcement's response to this.
I think their option is to respond. I think it's the only right thing to do. The fact that they have chosen not to respond, the fact that they've chosen not to be transparent and to share information, it's not just a failure of duty, but it's a betrayal of public trust. The public trusts you to tell the story about how people died, whatever that truth may be. And if they have something, they need to talk with the family. They don't need to have a press conference about it. They don't need to talk to anyone else but that family. And tell the family, hey, I want to share this with you, but I need you guys to not share this until we get all of the reports back. That's a very simple ask. This mother and father want to know what happened to their son. That's the least that they could do is respond and say, this is why we're saying there's no foul play. This is how we've concluded this.
Wait, if you were locked up at any Illinois
Hold on, what? I know the VPN say that. Hold on, y'all. Give me 2 seconds. Ain't nobody paying us. We ain't watching this. We ain't watching that. Let's get back into it. Sorry.
If there really is a divergence between what that medical examination is and what is here, I mean, it's already going to raise a lot of questions. This presser is going to raise a lot of questions. The toxicology findings, how much is that going to help fill in the blanks?
I don't know that it will. If there's nothing there, then it's non-contributory to the cause of death. But what if there is something there? This is a student athlete. This is someone who prided himself on his athletic ability and staying healthy to play football. This was a first love for him. You hear his dad speak so passionately about his son's football career and what he was trying to do. So I can't imagine that this is a kid who's just out here, doing drugs and drinking. And if someone saw him doing those things, then step forward, say something. Because we know as parents that our children don't tell us everything that they do. He's a college kid. Maybe he does do something every now and again, but someone needs to say something. Someone needs to.
I think even, as we talked about, having that video come out that could potentially be Nolan, that's a piece of the puzzle, right? More video coming out, establish a timeline. There's something to this idea about so many people being there, and you don't know who spoke to who yet and what those interviews were like. But again, you have to imagine somebody might have more information, because right now, based on this independent autopsy, and we'll see what happens with the official autopsy, that can only tell so much. So Dr. Nada Rutherford, thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
And that's all we have for you right now here on.
It's a lot, y'all. It is a lot. But we're going to keep covering it. We're gonna keep... Nancy Grace. She back on the prowl, baby. Nancy coming to the front of the congregation. What you talking about, lady?
From the Mississippi Medical Examiner's Office, but straight out to a renowned medical examiner. You know him well. Joining us, Dr. Kendall Crowns. He is the Chief Medical Examiner of Tarrant County, Fort Worth. Literally thousands and thousands and thousands of autopsies under his belt. He is the esteemed lecturer at the Burnett School of Medicine at TCU. I don't have to explain to you what it takes to become not just a medical examiner, but the chief medical examiner in a metropolitan area like Fort Worth. All that aside, COD, MOD, undetermined. But what jumped out at me, among so many things, Dr. Kendall Crowns, what does he mean about the red discoloration in the deep, soft tissues overlaying the occipital bones? What is that? Translate.
So what if that is the occipital bone is the bone in this is your skull. It's the bone in the back of your head, the directly back side of your head. So when he's describing these hemorrhages in the deep, soft tissues, it means deep in the musculature that holds your head in place, there is a red discoloration. What could this be? It could be settling of the blood from decomposition or from lividity, cooling of the blood. The body has been kind of put on its back and transported to Washington, D.C. So that could be that. It could also be
Trust
blunt
me,
force
I don't
injuries.
think I know more than you on this, Dr. Kendall Crowns, but you got me drinking out of the fire hydrant. You're giving me so much information. I had to break in right there because you said I'm going to quote, posterior red discoloration in deep, soft tissue overlying occipital. Deep, soft tissue. To a layperson like me, that means it's deep below the skin. And you just stated that could be from the settling of the blood. In other words, if he were lying on his back when he died, the blood would settle to the back of his head. But isn't it true to you, Brian Trasher, Vice President, United Cajun Navy? The Navy participated in the search, and I got to clear up that whole thing about fully clothed with you. That said, isn't it true? And I'm looking at the picture on my phone that I got from an undisclosed source. I'm looking at Nolan's body on the beach. We are not showing it. He's face down, isn't he?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, he was when we flew
Okay, I'm
over.
going to come back to you about the.
Nancy got Eric. Hold on. Hey, Nancy, let's go. Hey, see, I like you just a little bit more now. You ain't going to let them just talk over everybody. Hey, we going to get down to the nitty gritty around here. Nancy, that's what I'm talking about. Hey, let's clap it up for Nancy. Let's clap it up for Nancy real quick. Let's clap it up for Nancy. I love that. Let's keep going, though.
The clothing.
Yeah.
What? Repeat.
No, I said when we observed him from the air, yeah, he was face down and he was wearing swim trunks and only swim trunks. I think that the term fully clothed just got taken out of context.
Well, when you look at the body from high up, it appears at first like he had on a shirt with swim trunks, but he does not have on a shirt. He only has on swim trunks. That's a whole peripheral issue. But back to Dr. Kendall Crowns. So Dr. Kendall Crowns, you may have an explanation for this. I've already thought of one, and I'm not a medical examiner, but I don't see how the deep red, I'm talking about, was there a blow to the back of the head? Did he fall off a boat? Did he hit his head on something else? If it turns out he drowned, how did he get in the water? Why was he in the water? Why did everybody leave him? Lots of questions tonight. But if he was found face down, the blood would not have settled to the back of his occipital.
Well, that's correct at the initial autopsy, but he was also transported to Washington, D.C. on his back, I assume, not on his face. And so after death, you can still have pooling of the blood in the dependent areas if the lividity is not fixed. Or even if it is fixed, you can have pooling. So it is difficult to say without seeing the actual reddened area in the deep soft tissue, whether this is just a decompositional artifact or if it's indeed blunt force trauma. Now, they're not describing any injuries to the skin surface, which would still be there if he was, even if he's decomposed, you would still see injuries, abrasions, bruises, lacerations, things of that nature, even with decomposition. So it's difficult to give significance to this deep red area in the musculature of the deep soft tissues of the back of the head without further photographs or more information. To me, could it be blunt force trauma? Yes. Could it be a decompositional artifact? Yes. Could it be something from transport? Yes. Hard to say at this point.
Okay, hold on. Let me just take each one of those. And the rest of the panel, please, if you've got a question or a point, jump in. We need all of your brain power. Oh, that's an open invitation to Mobley to jump in. But 3 things you said, that there could still be pooling of the blood. And I don't want to be too DEFCON 4 into this and get lost in the weeds, but Nolan is dead. He's already been autopsied. Days have passed, and you're telling me that the blood could still sift down from the front of his face to the back of his neck in one specific area. Why wasn't it pulling all the way down his neck? Or why just that one area? I don't believe that when you have been deceased that long, you've already undergone autopsy, they've drained the blood from your body, that somehow in the few hours of transport, you're going to get pooling of the blood to one area in the back of your neck.
You make a hell of a point, man.
So first off, it's not a few hours of transport. It's from whenever the autopsy ended. He's placed on his back. Whenever he's picked up at the scene, he's been placed on his back. So all that comes into play. They don't drain all the blood from the body at autopsy. There's still blood in.
He like, Nancy, you ain't finna play with me. Hey, I love the energy. I love it. I love it. Let's keep it going though.
The body after autopsy. And also, decomposition causes the breakdown of tissues, including musculature, which can give a reddish decoloration from the actual decomposition process of the muscle.
Tissue?
So all these have to be considered when you're saying a reddened area, because the doctor didn't call it hemorrhage, which is interesting to me. He called it a reddened area. So I don't know what he's describing. I would love to see pictures, but again, there's no description of a bruise or an abrasion or a laceration on the skin surface of the back of the head.
That's what she
So what the significance of this is, could it be a decompositional change? Could it be something else like blunt force injury? It's hard to say at this point in time.
I find it very difficult to believe, Dr. Kendall Crowns, that not one, but two medical examiners cannot figure out why he had deep red subcutaneous markings. Subcutaneous. What is that? Deep subcutaneous. What is that?
It's underneath the skin, meaning in the fat or the muscle underneath the skin.
Okay. Straight out to John Mobley joining me out of Charleston. He's a renowned trial attorney, founded John Mobley Law Firm. Okay.
Hold on, we're gonna get back to Nancy, but I just want to see this because I haven't seen this yet. Hold on.
We had a chance to get to know each other over the last 2 days. Went out to Horn Island, so I've had an opportunity to talk to you about a few things, and the things that you've told me have literally blown my mind. But the world haven't had a chance yet to hear your story, to hear Nolan's story through you, through his friend, and it's not just you; it's a bunch of y'all. But you know, some of the other guys were afraid because of the threats and the violence that's been threatened against their lives and all of the above. But you decided that you wanted to take this bold step and give a statement and, you know, get your side out here. And I want to start at the very beginning of all of this and ask you, what was your relationship like with Nolan? Who was he to you?
Dog, hold on. Did she just clickbait the hell out of me? Bruh. See, I can't even mess with her page no more. Let's get back to Nancy. My bad, y'all. My bad. I'm interrupting some good-ish. All because of somebody wanted to clickbait me. Don't send me bull.
Hey, Mobley, have at it.
Well, you know, Nancy, I got to call it like I see it. You know, there are a lot of things that I don't like about this presentation. I think the first problem I see is they put out this autopsy and they kind of gave you a lot of sizzle. They gave a big dog and pony show, but they didn't really make it clear on the findings and conclusions and how they could be interpreted. And I think that's kind of the problem with this case. They put all this stuff out there, all the legal terms, all this, you know, forensic jargon, and now everybody's whipped up in a frenzy trying to understand what it means, speculating, guessing, and the reality of it is, unless you're an expert, a forensic expert, none of us are qualified to interpret those findings. Now, I've been involved in countless homicide cases where I've had to look at forensic autopsies and discuss the findings with experts, and that's what you have to do. And ultimately what it comes down to is they put this thing out there, this preliminary autopsy finding, and they did not present any real conclusions. And that is a problem. You know, and to address your specific concern, Nancy,
Put up Mobley. Listen, I'm not vouching for the character of Crump or Sharpton. That said, of course, are you saying they were wrong not to put it out there? I think they were right to put it out there, whether it's inconclusive or not.
The manner in which they presented it.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
He just sat there and read it. And number one, I don't think he was the best person to read it. He's just kind of reading off medical and, you know, terms that he didn't do the best job of pronouncing. And they didn't really present a conclusive finding. And what that does is...
Well, there is no conclusive finding, Mobley.
Well, he could have said that, because what he does, though, in the manner which it's presented, when you take a case like this, you take little bits and pieces and put them out there in that manner, what you're doing is you're feeding these conspiracy theories like, oh my God, there's some big mystery, some conspiracy about what happened, regarding saying, hey, here's the deal. In situations like this, based on the rate of decomposition, things like that.
Don't you get it, man? We still don't have the answer. I don't have the answer. He's got a red mark deep in subcutaneous tissue on the back of his head. Wait,
here's a
go back
problem
to
with
Kendall
that, and I
Krause
want
real
to
quick.
address that. I want to address that.
Wait. Kendall, where's Kendall? Why am I not seeing Kendall? Kendall, please turn around and show everybody what we're talking about, because I'm doing this. Show me occipital.
Occipital's right here. Back ahead.
How
right where your neck
in the
can tip.
world, out of his whole body, is that where the blood pools? I'm not buying it. And I'm not saying this is a homicide. I am saying it. There are a lot of disturbing circumstances surrounding this young man, the star athlete's death, and I am not letting it go. And I don't care how much hate mail you send me. I do not care. Okay, Mobley, what else?
What I want to state is that, and this is based on my experience being involved in numerous homicides, having examined numerous autopsies and discussed the case and the findings with numerous forensic pathologists. When you have a body, a human individual, okay, that person has experienced trauma in various physical trauma in various aspects of their life. They just had a picture of him being wearing a football uniform. He can sustain injuries playing football in practice, horse around with his friends. So, a person can die and have different injuries that pre-existed the date of the death that are completely unrelated to the death, but they are there on the body because they're a live, active individual. And that's my whole point about your fixation on the injury to the back of the head. I'm not saying that it was necessarily predated the injury, but there's got to be some medical evidence to tie it to his death. And there is not, because they can't do that. They cannot date that injury.
Okay, guys, you're hearing Mobley. I just lost a satellite. Get that back up for me. In the meantime, let me hear Crump talking about part of the neck structures and specifically the anterior, where that, I'm going to call it bruising. I'll call it a reddened area because we don't know what it was, were absent from the body. What happened to that part of the body? Listen to Crump.
So when they're buried, their remains will all be with them. But in this occasion, if there's going to be a second autopsy, then the organs are put in the body cavity so the second pathologist could be able to examine the organs as well. Very significant for Dr. Mitchell was that the anterior inner neck structures were absent, not received with the body.
From our friends at NAACP. Okay, back to you, Kendall Krause, and hello.
Why? Crump, you didn't get nobody else to do that. Because now, even when I'm looking back at it, dog, that shit was sloppy as hell, bro. That shit was really done sloppy. Like, you could have had anybody else with a little bit of medical knowledge come in there and do that. I ain't saying you fucked it up, but dog, you could have had somebody with some medical knowledge come in there so they can at least say some of the words that you couldn't say.
I've got an all-star panel. Where are they? Did they lose their voices? Dr. Kendall Krause, wouldn't it be important for the second medical examiner, second doctor, to be able to look at the anterior neck structure?
Y'all.
They're absent and not received from the body, not received with the body.
That's correct. So
You gotta
it would
say
be
that.
important, and that's often the problem with second autopsy is structures are kept by the initial medical examiner for further testing or further evaluation. So the second autopsy is often limited by this. So the problem is the neck structures we're talking about, hyoid bone, thyroid cartilage, laryngeal structures, are the structures that are often involved with strangulation. They can be taken by a medical examiner, dissected, evaluated for fractures or injuries or something of that nature, but then they're kept And they are also then further evaluated by a forensic anthropologist who will look for microfractures and things like that to see if there's any trauma whatsoever. And that's probably what's occurring in this case, is they're doing their due diligence and looking at all those neck structures to rule out the possibility of a strangulation, and they haven't done it yet. And that's why they're still pending. And that's why the second examination can't give you more facts, because they don't have those structures to look at. Hopefully there will be sharing between the two medical examiners so they can both come to the same conclusion at some point. But right now, those structures are being evaluated by someone else and not available for the second autopsy.
I want to talk to you about what you just said. If I see deep reddening of the tissue in the back of the neck, I'm going to quit calling it the occipital, the back of the neck, at the lower part of the head. I want to know what happened up here. I want to know, was the hyoid bone, which is very fragile, it's not attached to anything, it's kind of floating there. And often in ligature manual, any type of strangulation or stopping your airflow, you'll see that very delicate bone fractured. It's gone. Where is it? Everybody's got one. So where is it? Also, Crump stated that the portion of the neck, the interior portion of the neck that will correspond with the hemorrhaging in the back, is missing. There are two ways to look at this. One is that it's missing because it's been hidden. It's being withheld from the second doctor. Why? The other way to look at it is what you suggested, Kendall Crowns, and that is that I've seen this done. The way that medical examiners and medical-related forensic anthropologists do it, they get a tiny cut of that tissue. They put that under a microscope, and they look to see if cells have bruising. It's very painstaking. Could they be doing that? I don't know. But it seems to me they would have included that in their notations, that these portions of Nolan's body had been withheld for further testing, but we didn't hear anything about that. Straight out to Sam Crouppen joining us, investigative journalist and star of Samson's World. Sam, did you hear anything about water in the lungs?
No, Nancy, I've heard nothing about water in the lungs. And honestly, I've just been sitting here infuriated that everybody is putting so much pressure on this second autopsy that thankfully Colin Kaepernick paid for. But why are we not putting pressure on Sheriff John Ledbetter? Where is the first autopsy? Why have they held it out? There is a video of two nurses who claim to have seen the transport of this body, and they said he was face down. So it's honestly, for me, it's just disgusting to see the lack of understanding. People commenting on how Ben Crump is reading, people saying Ben Crump is a race hustler. Like, he's the person who's responsible for justice for Ahmaud Arbery, who was killed by 3 racist people, and it was covered up. Stacey Turner, the medical examiner, is well known for the death of Trey Reed, ruling it a homicide. She is known for ruling black deaths. She is known. Stacey Turner.
Do I look like a witch stirring a cauldron tonight? I don't really see myself that way. Do not stir the pot, Crouppen, because this is not about politics. This is not what somebody did a long time ago in another case. This is about what we are learning tonight. Yes, and my question is, where's the original autopsy? My guess is that they are waiting on the results that Dr. Kendall Crowns just talked about. And
Nancy, don't play with nobody. Oh my goodness, you can't make this up. Nancy ain't playing with none of you. None of you. Sorry, Secret Service Sam, but she on your head top. She said she don't care what you talk about done in the past. She care about what you're doing right now. We ain't stirring the pot. We keeping the pot, nice and boiling.
And more. Hey, simmer down. I want to get to the facts. the facts of this case. I want to go back to Brian Trasher on that. Heather, I'm going to get to you in just one moment regarding the tracking of the phone and the Snapchat and all the digital footprint. But to you, Brian.
Like he over there smiling because ain't no Nancy ain't playing with nobody. She just saying, if I'm bringing you on the panel, you better be speaking straight facts. And you ain't speaking facts, get off my panel. I love it, Nancy. That's what the Secret Service Sam, though. You ain't deserve that.
Brian, again, let me pull it back up. We are not showing this photo. Do not show it, control room. Brian, again, United Cajun Navy, spotted, search for, and
Control room. Go ahead, show it, cuz. No, let me stop.
Spotted Nolan's body. Tell me what was seen. Let's see some of that aerial video.
Yeah, so we were flying over the northwest tip of Horn Island after about 2 hours in the air, canvassing a pretty large area, when we noticed some law enforcement boats converging to the northwest tip. We descended, circled around, and saw a number of law enforcement personnel on the beach, and then you could see a body laying on at the shoreline. Of course, using a zoom lens to go in, we could see that the body matched the description of Nolan Wells. The whole thing about Ben Crump mentioning that we told the parents he was fully clothed, that's not true. We never told the parents that. He was wearing just the swim trunks that matched the description that in the missing persons report, and it matched the photos that were taken of him that day, and that was all he was presumed. That's all he was wearing.
Brian, I want to show some video. Oh, there it is. I hope you can see your monitor. Yeah. That is from our friends over at TMZ. It's a video that I believe is Nolan Wells. And I can tell you from looking at the aerial photo, I've zoomed in on it, those appear to be the same pants that he was wearing when his body was found. His body looks like it just washed up on shore.
Right.
Now,
that's correct.
Regarding COD, yeah, when you look at it way up, it looks like he's wearing a shirt. But when you zoom in, you see he's not wearing a shirt, nor is he wearing shoes. Hi guys, Nancy Grace here. If you are lecturer crowns, medical examiner, lecturer, star of mayhem in the morgue, so much more in case. COD, cause of death, manner of death, as well, MOD, can also be determined at times based on what we call extrinsic evidence. For instance, in the arson case I'm talking about, the evidence that the perp checked the weather station, the weather report for the day the arson went down.
My bad, y'all.
In which his wife was killed. Also, he called his insurance company and asked, hey, if I have a fire in my home, will you cover rental furniture? And then his house burned down the next day. The medical examiner looked at that evidence as well when determining MOD had been homicide. Isn't it true, my question, that a medical examiner will look at extrinsic evidence as well as what they see on the body itself?
Yes, all evidence is considered in an autopsy. You can't autopsy in a vacuum with no investigative information, no toxicologic findings. All you have is autopsy findings. You can make mistakes in not coming to the right conclusions about cause of death and really manner of death. So those findings are important. In the case you used, it's evidence that he had a plan, that he was taking actions to eliminate his wife, light his house on fire. That would play in the role into it as far as arson. The arson investigation would be helpful. All that would be given to the medical examiner because the autopsy would show the individual died in a fire. And that's all the information I would be able to tell you. Without that investigative information, I wouldn't be able to tell you whether it was a homicide, suicide, accident, not natural, of course, because it's a fire.
Get to the
Why?
point.
The Mississippi medical examiner is still taking their time. And even the DC medical examiner said more investigative information
Dr.
is
Kendall
needed.
Crowns, again,
Both of them
you're
are
the
saying
expert,
that.
not me. But let me just cut you off right there because the answer to that was yes, you do consider extrinsic evidence. That said, listen to this.
I don't think that Nolan would say, hey, bro, I'm staying with this girl on the island. Y'all go ahead and go back. Like, not even asking him to get his phone back. You know what I mean? I've never known Nolan to stay back while his friends leave. He's always been a guy where if he rode with you, he's going to come back with you. That's always how he's been every single time.
For Christine, it said one place, but for them on Snapchat, it showed another place. So that's the place we went to. And it showed that everybody that was in the house, it was like a lot of people there. So that's how we knew where to go to. We went there. They were all there. They were sitting there, lights off, watching TV. They did. They gave me the phone, but it took about 15 minutes to get the phone because I even asked, I'm like, did y'all have to walk back to Horn Island to get the phone? Or like, where's the phone? Because it took so long when they said it was when Wyatt told me it was in his truck. It took him so long to get the phone back to me.
You are seeing friends of the Wells' family speaking on Laura Coates Live. Okay, I want to talk about the phone issue. And again, I don't want Nolan to be dead at all. I want this to be an accidental death. But I am not turning a blind eye to concerning aspects of this investigation. In the end, it may turn out to be accidental. But why would you leave Nolan there? Why would you say your boat was sinking and then take multiple more trips in the boat that night, according to reports? So many of the facts are not lining up. But first, let's start with a digital footprint. To Dave Mack, joining us, Crime Stories investigative reporter. What are they saying about the phone?
Well, the family says that when they were able to finally retrieve the phone, okay, they get there to get the phone back and have to wait 15 minutes outside while the young people who had the phone for some reason took their time getting it to them. And when they did, when they got
I don't see that as a problem.
No, well,
I don't see that as a problem.
That
they're teen boys. They got to go outside and they've got to get the phone out of the truck. What I see as the problem is the phone is there and he's somewhere else. Who leaves their phone behind? Who leaves their phone behind when they're on a desert island, stranded on an island? Why would you go without your phone? That's what sparked my interest, Dave Mack.
I'm sorry. I misunderstood where you were headed with it, but here's the catcher is that Nolan was always taking pictures, Nancy. And so the part about this that really gets home is that he always had his phone to take pictures and was always uploading. He was very active in those pictures being published online. And when the family actually got his phone, it had been cleaned. There was no Instagram or Snapchat that had been removed. It was gone.
Well, wait, hold on. Let me understand something, Dave Mack. You say there was no Snapchat, no Insta. It was gone. You mean it was all gone or just gone for that day?
Just for that day, Nancy. They suspect that based on that other messages or media may have also been deleted.
Okay. All right. That's all I want to hear right now, Dave Mack. I'm going to an expert that knows more than me and you put together, Dave. Heather Barnhart is with us, digital forensics expert with Celebrite and the SANS Institute, one of the digital forensic investigators in the Koberger case.
Hey, but I'm not going to lie to y'all. Nancy getting to that shit right now. Nancy said, I was a couple of weeks behind, but I'm catching up today. Nancy, keep going.
That cracked that wide open. She is co-author of Practical Mobile Forensics in its 4th edition, which means a lot of people are using it to teach and reading it. Her blog, smarterforensics.com. I could go on. Heather Barnhart, thank you for being with us tonight. Number one, can you look at a phone and determine if items were deleted?
phone, if you're touching the screen, that leaves a trace. If you're trying to power it off, that leaves a trace. So we should be able to see people without a password trying to actively interact with that phone as well as someone that has it.
So how can you look at a phone, Heather Barnhart, and determine the difference between no photos were taken that day? Also, can you take photos even if you don't have reception? I think you can, but I'm not an expert. How can you look at a phone and determine no photos were taken that day as opposed to items were deleted? Because can't you delete from the deleted file?
Yes, you can do everything you just talked about. But again, all of that leaves a trace.
Hey, Nancy getting down to the nitty gritty, man. Let's drop a bomb real quick for Nancy. God damn it. We got to drop a bomb for Nancy, baby. Let's drop another bomb for Nancy, God damn it, because Nancy going to get to the bottom of the case. Nancy is on the goddamn case, y'all, and she ain't playing no games. Let's drop one more just for the people all the way in the back who thought they was going to get away with it. Let's drop another bomb for the people all the way on the side who thought they was going to get away with it. Let's drop another bomb for Nancy going ahead and getting down to the nitty gritty because she ain't playing with nobody. All right, let me stop, y'all. I quit. I digress.
So we would do a forensic acquisition, and that's really important here.
So basically, also to provide some context, what they're talking about now is basically how Nolan Wells, his mom, sent her friend to go to retrieve the phone. They took about 15 minutes to give the phone back to them, to Nolan Wells' mom. So with them taking their precious time, giving the phone back to her, she said, you know, such and such, what y'all taking so long for, and blah, 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 blah. Now Nancy trying to get to the root of what's going on with this phone. Just to sum it up, because if you ain't been watching, just rewind the video. You'll be all right.
Or someone just looking in the phone, you can get a glimpse, but you can't see what's deleted and hiding below the surface. We need a forensic acquisition to do that. We can tell if it was just soft deleted, so like sitting in a trash can, or a hard delete. So if you empty your trash on your phone and then you go and throw it into a dumpster and the trash is taken away, there is a log that tracks everything. Also with timestamps on when that activity occurred.
Facts.
Okay, I need that broken down in regular people talk. We're not all experts. Could you say that?
Oh my goddamn, another bomb for Nancy.
Everybody can understand.
Yeah. So let's say Nolan had an iPhone. He could take pictures without cell service at all. Okay. Cell service and Wi-Fi do not matter.
Okay.
He could even post them to Instagram or to Snapchat, and they'll sit in a temporary directory until he has service. Sometimes that fails, but we still see that activity when we do forensics. Mm-hmm. If you delete a picture, Nancy, it sits in a recycle bin on your iPhone, and you can recover that for about 30 to 40 days as a normal user.
Whoa.
If you empty that trash, it's not recoverable, but we doing forensics can still find it.
Ooh.
Okay, so you mean it's not recoverable for me, a layperson, but you can recover it. Okay. Even the pictures, even the content of the text or snaps, you can recover that?
Okay, so we're gonna get
if you get a full file system acquisition, and I realize that's really nerdy, but this is where acquisition and time to evidence matters. Deleted data exists and sits there for a period of time. So time to evidence is everything here.
How long will it sit there?
If it's an iPhone, it's a little bit different than Android. iPhone, Apple's more forgiving and you have about 30 days. With Android, you could have just a few days until location artifacts are purged.
You mean, okay, a few days, do you mean what?
That's why everybody say that the iPhones is federal. You got an Android, boy, you getting away with murder. Promise you. I got 2 iPhones and I contemplate every day if I want to go back to Android. Not because I'm doing anything suspicious, but it's just be on my mind. Let me cut it out.
1 day, 2 days, 10 days?
It could be between 1 and 7 on Android. But with iPhone, it's typically about 7 to 30 days.
7 we're safe. 1 we're not safe. Okay. And what I'm referring to is if he did have an Android, can I recover if there were photos, snaps, texts deleted? That's what I'm trying to find out, because if somebody's deleting texts and emails and snaps and pictures, I got a problem. Why delete? That is my problem. Now, here's my next question. I'm sure I'm going to say it very inarticulately, but I think you'll know what I mean. Even if you cannot recover, let's pretend it was an Android. Even if you cannot recover the actual item itself, can you see a log that says something was deleted?
Yes, but it depends on the activity. So Snapchat will be tracked differently than a regular photo versus a regular text message. But deep dive forensics will recover the truth. And you mentioned Brian Koberger. There was nothing. All that data was cleaned up and deleted, but the lack of data and the time on when it was removed was huge in the investigation. And that could be huge on proving the last time Nolan actually used his device versus people taking steps with it and walking around with it when it was out of his possession.
Okay. Number one, you're brilliant. Number two,
I like you.
Regarding Snap being in one place, Life 360 being in another place.
Explain this. Yeah.
What can you tell me about that?
Yeah, what's up with that?
Think of each application as having its own folder or a container. So all the things you do in that application exist in that container. A full deletion would be throwing that container away. So nothing's there. Sporadic deletion would be removing one thing at a time or deleting a most recent story or a post. And that stands out drastically to forensic examiners because it's uncommon behavior based upon what Nolan would typically do on his device.
Straight out to Sam Crouppen joining us, investigative journalist, star of Simpson's World. You have thoughts on the phone?
Yeah, Nancy, here's the thing. Everybody keeps saying that you keep your phone on the boat when you go into the water. We can all agree that makes sense. Thanks. But what doesn't make sense is when his friends leave him, he's not going to not get his phone to take with him. Who in their right mind would get stuck on an island without their phone? It makes zero sense to me at all. And then also the fact that all of his friends deleted all their social media accounts. They haven't spoken to anybody. As far as I know, they didn't even go to the funeral. It makes people believe that they are hiding something.
And you see something? Let me replay this back for y'all. So if you just now joining, please bear with me for 2 more seconds. I promise you're going to want to see this because she made a hell of a fucking point earlier. Like, we didn't do any of this to y'all. Y'all are doing this to yourselves. She made a hell of a goddamn point. My gal made a hell of a point earlier. We gonna get back to playing this video, I promise you, but give me 2 more seconds. Where is it? All right. Hold on. All right, here we go. Let me zoom in. Actually, let me make sure the audio. Boom. We good? Production, we straight? Can I get it? Yeah? Okay.
The legal strategy behind the undetermined announcement. We know what happened. We just...
Fuck. Wrong video. All right. I'm going to find it. Guys, why y'all do me like that? All right, let's continue.
You're on cross-examination. That's much. But I could see being out in the water without your phone, but it would be over my cold, dead body that I would let a boat leave with my phone and my keys and my everything. Okay, listen to this.
He said, "Hey, Miss Christine, have you seen Nolan or talked to Nolan?" I said, "No, I thought he was with you guys, you know." He's like, "No, nobody's talked to him. We left the island at, I think he said 3 p.m. and he wanted to stay because he was talking to a girl named Katie. Katie is also missing. No one can find her." And the explanation of no one knows this Katie, like we've never met her type of deal.
How would they know Katie's missing if they didn't even know who Katie was? So then Katie's sister chimed in. Katie made it home because she was on another boat and with different people. Katie assumed the friends telling him to get on the boat wouldn't have left him. So the question is, where was Nolan after the interaction of Katie. Did Katie see him get on that boat?
From our friends at NBC and the real TikTok detective there at the inn who said it so eloquently, more questions spinning out because of the phone.
And this is the thing. More questions spinning out because of the phone, but more questions are spinning out because of this right here. Let me play this video for y'all because she's going to break it all the way down and bring this full circle.
Could this be an accident? Could he have fallen off the back of the boat and hit his head? Of course.
Facts.
But why did y'all delete the Snapchat? Why did y'all delete all y'all social media profiles? Why did y'all delete the one picture he was in? Why did y'all lawyer up immediately when it was still a missing person before you even knew a crime had been committed? All right? So that's why it was not a fucking accident at this point. Okay? That's why y'all knew what happened, because of y'all's behavior. Y'all deleted the evidence. Y'all deleted the photos that would have exonerated you. Y'all went and deleted his Snapchat. We didn't do that. That's what y'all did to prove y'all are guilty. Here's the thing. Could this be an...
Just saying.
Why was it on the boat? Why did he let the boat leave without it? And speaking of the boat, listen to this.
So first, at 9:56 a.m., the boat leaves the original dock. It arrives at Horn Island at 11:14.
Hey, these internet... Hey, let's drop another goddamn bomb for all the internet detectives out there, goddamn it. Let's drop another bomb for everybody who want to see justice for Nolan Wells. Let's drop another bomb for everybody who just want to see the truth and want to hear the truth and want nothing but the truth. Goddamn. Goddamn.
So at around 4 o'clock, there is a call to the Coast Guard about the boat. NBC News got a hold of it.
We're sinking. Can you all please come?
And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's on board.
Everybody's on board. So does that mean Nolan is on there? Who was on that boat?
Okay, there are innocent explanations for that, and there are nefarious explanations for that. But I do know this. They stated the boat was sinking. But was it?
At 4:31, the boat leaves Horn Island and it is towed approximately 3 miles, and then the tow ends. So after 3 miles, they go back to the original dock, okay? They arrive at 5:44 p.m. So it looks like this is where Horn Island is, and this is where the original dock is that I am referring to. I looked it up, and El Camino Real Road is in Gulf Hills, Mississippi, which is right above Ocean Springs. So I'm wondering if this is the house where they got the phone. The boat travels to Fort Bayou. At 6:06, the boat returns to the original dock. Then, from the original dock, the boat goes back to Fort Bayou, and then they go to the boat launch, and it is put onto the trailer and moved by the vehicle. Did they drop people off at the original dock, travel to Fort Bayou, pick somebody up, and go back to that original dock? And then from there, why was there an hour and 13-minute time gap? This boat was sinking hours before, and then they're just having it docked for an hour and 13 minutes. You would think they'd want to get that boat out of the water ASAP.
And then the crazy part is TThe, they came out and they debunked and said all of this. They said, TThe said they called us, but we ain't told a boat.
Back to TThe. And the guy said, the boat is sinking. I want to get this boat unsank and towed back. That is the statement made to the dispatch, right? Dispatch calls TThe and says, hey, it sounds like a bunch of kids on board Horn Island. He wants you guys to go out there and unpump the boat and then tow it in. Right? And now, I'm doing this because it's a fucking circus, ain't it? TThe statement. Before assistance was rendered, the vessel owner advised that TThe was no longer needed.
because help had already been obtained. TThe's involvement concluded at that point.
So, her making this face right now with this whole boat story, TThe said they ain't had shit to do with the boat because they ain't never make it to the boat because they said the boat was fine. So all them gaps that y'all got from the sinking boat, did you just call and say you needed a tow just to cover your ass? But TThe then came out and said, we ain't going down for y'all ass. We ain't risking our business for y'all ass. So guess what? We ain't covering for y'all ass because we never showed up for y'all ass. This is TThe's statement. So Nancy, did you figure out this? Did you see TThe's statement? Because you see all these gaps. Let's get down to it. Nancy, what you got for me?
From the real TikTok detective, and she's got a point. Does nobody have a problem with that? The boat is sinking when they call for help, and then they take the boat around for hours that night. Okay, Mobley, you don't have a problem with that?
I would want to know the nature of the malfunction of the boat and whether or not it was repaired. I mean, that's what it comes down to.
Explain, please.
I mean, it's not complicated. I mean, what it comes down to is what was the nature of the complication of the boat and was it repaired? And if it was repaired properly, then I don't see any issue with it. And I want to be clear, those are legitimate questions. But again, as I alluded to earlier, when you start taking bits and pieces of the puzzle and you start putting them out there without context, that's when you start spreading misinformation. I would assume.
Well, you're right. But I certainly do not believe that this investigation needs to be shut down because there are potential innocent explanations. You don't just end an investigation because it could all be explained away. And I'm not saying his friends are responsible or not responsible because I don't know. Is it true, Crouppen, that many of the people there that day have lawyered up and they're not talking? Is that true? Or have they, unbeknownst to me, have they cooperated and spoken to authorities?
I mean, from what we've seen, that was what happened. They all deleted their social media accounts right away. They lawyered up. So it seems as though they've been advised. And here's a big question for me, Nancy. Was the company that allegedly got the call that they were in distress, and their official statement was before assistance was rendered, the vessel owner advised that TThe was no longer needed because help had already been obtained. TThe's involvement concluded at that point.
TThe, everybody, is two words, SEATOW. They come and render aid and haul in, tug in boats, ships that need help. Okay, hold on. Heather Barnhart with me, digital forensics expert, author, co-author.
Oh, you gotta keep on. See, you bouncing around too much. I'm sure come on, Nancy. Stay on topic now. Just because you don't like what they saying. Stay on topic now, Nancy.
Author of Practical Mobile Forensics 4th edition.
Let me cut it out.
What about GPS? What can I learn from the GPS on that boat? Because I want to know.
What you're doing. Okay,
His phone is on the boat. It is tracking every location that the boat went to. I would also be curious on the last time the phone was unlocked, the last steps, even if it's not unlocked, the last steps will be tracked, and last general usage. Because we may be able to say the last time that Nolan was on his device and physically using it, which would be really helpful in this investigation.
Straight out to Brian Trasher joining us, Vice President, United Cajun Navy, who participated in the search for Nolan. Couple of questions. What can you tell me about GPS on boats, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, they operate just like any other kind of GPS. They get fed from satellites, and they keep archives of logs and trips and things like that. A couple of things I want to point out there, Nancy, because I'm probably the only person on the panel that's been to Horn Island. They said, going back to the phone and possible deleted messages and all that, when his mother at first said she thought that messages had been deleted, she later clarified that what she was talking about, she thought it was odd that Nolan had not done any Snapchats, which was his favorite app, presumably. So the reason why he didn't do any Snapchats is because he didn't have a signal. It's very hard to get a cell phone signal on Horn Island, and Snapchat doesn't upload if you don't have a signal. What I told him was to check his camera roll. If he wasn't able to upload on his app, maybe he just took pictures with his regular camera and saved it to his camera roll. see if there's any pictures on there. But there's no evidence to suggest that anybody went in and deleted any text messages or anything like that that day. So I just want to. We've been fighting so much information out there. Just don't want to help spread it by not addressing that.
Dog, you don't know. You're not the investigator. You don't know what was deleted or what wasn't. But I appreciate you throwing your 2 cents in there. We be quiet. Continue to talk about what you found when you was in that helicopter.
Brian Schrasher, you and I go back a long way with your involvement with United Cajun Navy. I only have one question for you. Are you a digital forensics expert?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Then shut the fuck up.
No further questions. Thank you. Brian Schrasher, let me talk about something that you do know about, which includes boat GPS.
Drop a goddamn bomb. Nancy ain't playing with nobody.
What exactly, last time for tonight, what exactly was seen when Nolan's body was found? Every detail.
Okay, so the body was right at the shoreline, right where the water meets the sand. It was laying face down. And like I said earlier, the swim trunks that were described and photographed, that he was photographed in the day he died, or the day he presumably died, where he was still wearing, did not appear to be wearing shoes or a shirt. And yeah, face down, and there were law enforcement kind of standing all around him, just like whatever they were doing, their jobs, I'm sure. But that is what I saw from the air.
I'm looking at it. Let's see, he's face down. His left foot is on top of what looks to be some kelp that has washed ashore. He looks almost as if he's sleeping. He is face down. He's wearing, at first it appeared to be a shirt. He's not wearing a shirt upon zooming in on it. He's barefoot. I don't see anything on his wrists or arms, such as, a watch. I don't see that. It looks to me like he's sleeping on his stomach, with his right leg a little bent outward and his left leg outward as well, like he's asleep on a mattress. His left arm is out and down like he's a stomach sleeper. And it looks to me like his head is turned to one way into the sand. Now, given that position, I see no way that blood could have pooled in the back of his neck. He is absolutely face down. But that is another argument for Dr. Kendall Crowns and myself for another night.
Yeah.
This is what we know tonight. What we are learning from the second and independent autopsy is we know nothing, but Crump did hit the nail on the head as it relates to this. The critical moment is when and how Nolan Wells entered the water.
At the time of this report, this forensic pathologist does not know the condition of Nolan Wells. He did not know whether he was conscious or unconscious when he entered the water.
Mm-hmm.
He said that would be significant.
Mm-hmm.
He said he did not know whether he was forced into the water or unforced into the water. He said that would be significant. So he said the condition of Nolan Wells before he entered the water would be the crux of the matter. It would be of utmost importance to being able to determine a cause and manner of death.
How did Nolan Wells end up in the water? How is there so much confusion about who was with him last? Why can't I identify how everybody in that crowded area on Horn Island left, and what left him there standing, waving his arms, don't leave? It's not making sense, and we are not resting until it does make sense.
That's what the fuck I'm talking about now.
Listen.
Right.
He had a deep love for the Lord and an unwavering faith
I'm making me cry, man.
that was evident in the way he lived his life. As much as our hearts are broken, we find peace in knowing that our son is resting in the arms of the Lord.
Hi, guys. Nancy Grace.
That's so the Nancy Grace, man. That's so the Nancy, dog. That's so the Nancy. S-O to Nancy. Nancy got to the nitty gritty. She brought a lot of people on. She's talked about a lot of stuff. Right now, one important thing that I want to show you, just in case, maybe some people out there in Mississippi tuned in. For all my Mississippians, do me a favor. Call this tip hotline. I wish I can call. I wish I had some information for them. Call the tip line in Jackson County Sheriff Department. $125,000 reward if you got some information. Oh, actually, why did I turn that off? Oh, my bad. Production, y'all do better. Call the tip line. You got information? You know anything? $125,000 reward. Go collect that money and do us right. All we want is justice. That's it. All we're looking for is justice. That's it, bro. That's it. We ain't looking for nothing else. We don't want nothing else. Justice. Justice. But let me pull this back up one more time, because she makes a hell of a fucking point, dog.
The thing, could this be an accident? Could he have fallen off the back of the boat and hit his head? Of course. But why did y'all delete the Snapchat? Why did y'all delete all y'all's social media profiles? Why did y'all delete the one picture he was in? Why did y'all lawyer up immediately when it was still a missing person before you even knew a crime had been committed? All right? So that's why it was not a fucking accident at this point. Okay? That's why y'all knew what happened, because of y'all's behavior. Y'all deleted the evidence. Y'all deleted the photos that would have exonerated you. Y'all went and deleted his Snapchat. We didn't do that. That's what y'all did to prove y'all are guilty. Here's the thing. Could this be an accident?
She said it so perfectly well. She said it so well. Could it be an accident? Yes. Yes. It very well can be. But the way y'all moving, his so-called friends, it ain't right, dog. It ain't right. And we gonna get to the bottom of it. We gonna get to the bottom of it. I was gonna tell y'all a little bit and start talking about the David Ford, whatever, the guy who had the cut up body in his Tesla. We was gonna get into that, but I haven't covered it at all, haven't said too much about it at all. So if I'm being honest, yeah, we ain't gonna really get into it. We ain't gonna really talk about it too much. Not gonna lie to you. Not going to lie to you. But yeah, I tried to stay on because the judge is about to go live, and I really want to hear what he has to say about it. So I might just honestly show y'all a couple more videos that I want to watch myself, that I was gonna watch separately before I brought them to y'all. But we can watch them we can watch it live, dog. We can literally watch it live. So ain't nothing wrong with it. Uh-oh. Wyatt, you smacked him in the head with a pole? Hey, Wyatt, do you need to come to the front of the congregation? This is alleged. This is alleged, y'all. This is alleged. Wyatt smacked him in the head with some sort of pole. The pole is hidden in the woods or near the garage, and there is definitely a backpack in the garage which contained Nolan's blood on the tennis towel, like at Patricia Chapman said. Holy shit. I don't want to show too much of that, y'all. I'm not gonna lie to you. But y'all need to go talk to the police, dog. Just go talk to the police. Get that $125,000. If Wyatt was the one who did this, go snitch on Wyatt. Warren out here talking, singing like a canary. Warren and his mama said, I know my son ain't had nothing to do with this. Okay, we trust it. We believe you. But at the same time, dog, this story, bruh, is not going anywhere. This story, bruh, we just getting down to the nit and gritty. This story, bruh, I promise you. We're going to hear a lot more before we hear a lot less. We're going to hear a lot more before we hear a lot less. But let me show y'all this video. All right. Oh, man, hold on. God damn it. My bad, y'all. Excuse my French. All right.
Experience you can. So Nolan Wells' second autopsy has been performed. I listened to all the information, so you didn't have to. First and foremost, Dr. Roger Mitchell Jr. was the one that performed the autopsy. He is board certified. With over 20 years of experience, you can pause to read his stat. Now, I want to be clear, we do not have the results of the first autopsy. This is the one that was performed by Ben Crump that was supplied by Colin Kaepernick. Now, first and foremost, the cause of death and the manner of death of Nolan Wells is undetermined, pending investigation. And here's a list of things of why it's undetermined. Advanced decomposition limited the examination. The second autopsy happened after the first autopsy had already been completed. Key structures and information are not available, and more information from the autopsy and the toxicology is needed. Now, here is what Dr. Mitchell did find. There were no fractures identified and no deep tissue injury, but there was a 12 by 8 centimeter area of red discoloration found in the deep soft tissue over the optical bone, the back of the head, and needs to be further investigated. Now, what couldn't be evaluated on Nolan Wells' body,
I see it as.
What couldn't be evaluated was the neck, the throat. We covered that. We talked about it earlier. Hold on. Another video. An eyewitness of Nolan Wells' friends, or from his friends, one of his friends. Oh my. Hold on. What do you say? He said they got one or two choices. Hold on, y'all. Give me 2 seconds, y'all. All right, this is from one of his friends. Eyewitness.
Two choices. One, they can make things right, or two, I leak everything. I leak everything. I see it as they have one of two choices. One, they can make things right, or two, I leak everything.
He said they got one or two choices. Either they make it right or he leaks everything. Who the hell is this boy? I'm asking for a friend. Because if you know information, you got to come to the front of the congregation, my friend. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds, y'all. Let me do some investigation real quick. Oh, what's the name? Give me 2 seconds, chat. Give me 2 seconds, y'all. I got something good for y'all. All right. I got something for y'all. My bad, chat. Get off your boy. Told you I got you. Pull us up, man. And of course, every time, hey, production, can you, when you share the video, can you please click the goddamn audio button, baby?
The preliminary results for the Nolan Wells independent autopsy were released just a few moments ago by Attorney Ben Crump. I don't know if the press conference is still going on. I didn't want to listen to any more. I have my own questions and I have my own opinions about what was said in this press conference. Number one, not knocking anyone, but I think that if you are not a medical professional, you should not be trying to disseminate the results of any report because you don't have the expertise to understand exactly how to explain things. But with that being said, again, I'm not knocking anyone or how they decide to do things, but I will tell you that it was very painful to watch that autopsy report being read in the way that it was because it was not concise. I felt like it was a lot of nothingness for those of us who have been invested in this story and want to know what happened to Nolan Wells. And because they decided to release it again, I'm going to comment on it because now it is out there for public consumption. First and foremost, my heart goes out to the family of Nolan Wells. This is not what you want. When you send your child off with their friends, these are people that you know, you trust, your child has been with them. You want your child to come home. I guarantee you that if my child left and didn't come back, nobody would be getting any rest until I had some answers. And one thing that Attorney Crump did say that I certainly agree with is that just give us a fair investigation into what happened. I think that the law enforcement department who decided to say, oh, we think this is an accidental drowning, there's no foul play. How can you say that when you have not conducted an actual autopsy or thorough examination of the body? I have so many questions, as I'm sure the family of Nolan Wells has, but here are some things that were particularly concerning to me, okay? So I wrote down some points here, okay? I've got my concise points here. So I'm going to read them off to you because I want to make sure I'm not misquoting anything. Number one, they did not know if there was foul play and they did not know if this was an accidental drowning when his body was found. There are questions to me about the position of his body when it was found and about what he was wearing. When our investigators go out to do a scene response, one of the first things that I tell them is you don't touch anything. You get overall photos, you don't touch that body, but you do ask questions about the position of that body and was it moved prior to the coroner's office getting on scene? How did they know it was him? They said they found a body matching the description of Nolan Wells, but how did we know it was him? Did y'all turn his body over and then say, oh, this looks like Nolan Wells? The position of that body is so important to the investigation into that death. Was anything else found around the body? A stick, a rope, a rock, anything? And then when you have water deaths, the climate and the scenery of the waterways change so significantly from day to night. The time of the day, whether or not there's like a big boat that may have pushed water. We know that it takes weights to hold a body down. What was the condition of this body? How badly was he decomposed? How badly was he decomposed? And what were those moderate decompositional changes that were present on his body? Were his eyes present? Were there pieces missing off of his face? And again, I'm not trying to be graphic here. I'm trying to tell you all what happens when we actually get a death like this. The coroner's office, at least in Richland County, we are asking these questions. And it's not to say that someone else is not asking them. I'm just telling you what my opinions are about this case, okay? So not all of the body was received for the independent examination. I think that's pretty significant, because why are you holding back the neck muscles, those anterior neck muscles, those strap muscles? Did you see hemorrhaging? Was the hyoid bone broken? As it often is when you have a case of strangulation. What is this discoloration to the occipital bone, which is the back of the head, which is right back here? Was he hit in the head, became unconscious, and drowned? You can drown in a tiny little teaspoon of water if you're not breathing correctly and water gets into your airway. You can choke, you can aspirate. What were the conditions of his lungs? Did he have severe pulmonary edema? Was there water down in his lungs? Was there debris in his airway? The independent examiner doesn't know that because he didn't receive those things. We don't know what the contents of his stomach were. Why didn't they save all of these things so that the independent medical examiner could address those in his report? I'm very disappointed in this kind of lack of communication seemingly between the two offices. And again, I don't want to presume or assume anything, but it has not been communicated to us as the public who's watching that these things have been shared, okay?
Exactly.
Now, this discoloration to the occipital scalp, possible blunt force injury. Now, according to Dr. Roger Mitchell, who did this independent autopsy, he states that he cannot rule out if there was any intracranial hemorrhaging. I'm not sure why. Again, we'll have to wait for more information to be disseminated to us, but he said that there was no underlying skull fracture. I would like to know, did they do a complete skeletal survey before they made any cuts on him? When we receive bodies in this way, one of the first things that we like to do is to get a full skeletal survey before we do any cuts, before we move anything, so that we can see if there's anything that shows up on those x-rays that looks concerning, okay? So, and I see that you guys have comments in here, and I really will try to address them. But when you upload the lives now, it doesn't show all of those comments. And so I would sincerely appreciate if you guys, once I post this video, if you could go under and make your comments, and I promise you I will address all of them. So again, if you have time, please do that and I will address them. They said that there were no lacerations to the scalp, meaning that there was no indication that there was any opening to the skin or down to the bone where this blunt force trauma may have occurred. They again talked extensively about the decompositional changes, but they didn't specifically state, at least not what Attorney Ben Crump shared with us, exactly what those decompositional changes were. Again, I'm looking for whether or not his eyeballs were present, whether or not bug activity was present. Those are things that mean a lot to me as the coroner as we try to determine a timeline for how someone died. The stomach contents, again, not being disclosed. You would think in a case like this, I know when we open stomachs in the autopsy suite, the pathologist makes this like little thin cut, and a lot of times we will, especially in super suspicious deaths, we're going to empty those contents into a little container so that we can assess them if we need to later on. So we will save those stomach contents, especially in like children or like child deaths. We will we will save the stomach contents. But even sometimes in adults where there's been like a possible overdose or they were seen eating or taking something, we may save those contents so that we can further examine them. There's conflicting narrative about how the body was found. Again, I discussed that a little while ago, and I think that's really important. The time of discovery is really important to me. What exactly happened? What was the timeline between him being found when they contacted family? This mother in the press conference today said that it was 2 days before she heard anything. Now, everybody who dies in Richland County, they have my cell phone number. Like their families have my direct cell phone number. And if they don't remember it the night that we give it to them, they can always call the office and get my direct cell phone number, because I will actually talk to you. Even if I've got nothing to tell you, I will tell you that. We're still waiting for reports. We're still waiting for reports. Now, the fact that the toxicology findings are not back as of yet, this is not uncommon. It takes a while to do toxicology. NMS Labs is one of the top labs in the country that performs these kind of crime scene and forensic testing for bodily fluids. And so it is not uncommon for tox to take a long time. If you have an independent lab that can perform these tests and do them quickly, and you're the only case, then yes, you can get things back faster. But finding those things, getting that toxicology done, it does take a while. Here in South Carolina, we do utilize NMS labs. We have to send those samples off. We do have access to the SLED laboratory, but you have to remember they're doing the entire state. And sometimes it can be months before things are received back to our office. And so just in the interest of trying to help families be able to close out their loved ones' affairs, to try to get them answers, to try to help them understand cause and manner of death, we will send the samples to other labs if we need to. We even have a partnership with the TThe where we can sometimes send possible drug overdoses. If they test negative for everything, but we believe that this may be a new drug that may be on the scene, we were able to give 2 families.
So if you're just not joining, my bad. I'm pause because she talking. But right now at this moment, we're waiting for Judge Carlos Moore to come on, because we're going to hear live what he has to say about this case, what he thinks. And yeah, he's a former judge in Mississippi. He said he's going live here at 8 p.m. Eastern. So yeah, we're just waiting on him to go live. And as soon as he goes live, excuse me, we're going to jump right into it. All right, and then after that, I'm done for the night. And I'll holler at y'all tomorrow. But yeah, we're just waiting for Carlos Judge Moore. To be quite honest with you, I was going to be done a long time ago, but I'm like, shoot, at the end of the day, he said he's going live at 8. Shit, it's almost 8. We might as well wait until he go live, right? Right, come on, man. I'm trying to get y'all these gems, man. Come on, baby.
Families answers this year where we saw drug paraphernalia on scene. We saw evidence of possible drug overdose, and we were able to connect with the DEA and send it to a special lab, and they were able to give us some more definitive answers for those families. So it's not that these things are uncommon, but in a case like this with so much media attention, I think everyone is like rush. You don't want to necessarily rush these things, but we do want answers for this family. We do want them to understand that their son's life was important, and he's just as important as any other child that dies in a suspicious way. Like everyone's life is important, everyone. And the story of their death deserves to be told as accurately as possible, with all of the nitty-gritty details, no matter what those details.
And real quick, I just want to show y'all this image. So what was missing were some of these contents right here. So you got the trachea, right? You have the clavicle, right? You have the larynx right there in the middle, right? And then you have the horn bone. So all these bones right here, this mixture, all this was missing within the autopsy. Why? Was it strangulation? What was the ultimate cause? What actually happened? Guess we'll find out eventually, maybe, hopefully.
Accidental drowning, tell the family that. Show them how you determine that. If you cannot determine it, then make the death undetermined. And don't stop investigating it until you run out of leads. And if something happened to this boy, if something happened to this young man, then tell them that too and help them get justice. Do your job. Now, again, I don't know why the coroner in that area didn't have the autopsy performed in their particular county. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why they decided to be hands off and send it to the ME's office. I know that in South Carolina, we have a coroner's office in another county that handles the autopsies for like over 10 counties because they are so small and they don't necessarily have the budget for it. So they use this kind of one office and they'll ship the bodies there to have the autopsy performed and then taken back to their county. So that's not uncommon for smaller counties to use a larger office to perform those autopsies. They do more of them. They have more experience. They have the staff, they have the tools and the resources to be able to do more thorough examination. So that part is not necessarily uncommon to me, but I think just some of the comments surrounding this initial discovery of his body, what happened, the circumstances, the fact that they immediately said, oh, this just looks like an accidental drowning. As a mom, I wouldn't want to hear that. As a mother, I wouldn't want to hear that. But as a coroner, someone with over 20 years of experience in healthcare, I wouldn't want to hear that. You have to show me what you're saying. And if you can't show me, then tell me that it's undetermined, but don't leave any dot uncovered. Like, don't tell me that you haven't turned over every single rock trying to find out what happened to my kid. Don't tell me that. I get families that come and sit down with me and they're angry with me sometimes, y'all. Like, they are mad, fireball mad at me because I'm telling them what I believe is the cause of death for their son. And I always say to them, if you do not believe we did a thorough investigation for your family, let me help you find another avenue. But here is what I have done. And sometimes they say, help me find another thing, or we'll find it ourselves, please. And we help facilitate that. I don't have all the answers all the time, but I guarantee you, if your loved one dies, I'm going to work my hardest to find out what happened to your loved one. I don't care how ugly the truth may be. I'm going to try to find it. And we're going to collaborate with law enforcement in order to be able to do that. But we will still operate independently. If I disagree with them, I'm going to tell them that I don't agree that this is the answer. And here is why I don't agree. And they're going to know that, and they're going to be able to have it in writing stating that I do not agree. And I will tell the family that I don't agree. And we've had some tips back and forth. But I tell you what, they listen, because I don't come to the table without receipts. Here is why I believe this. Here is why I believe we should go down this path and not this path. And then if I'm wrong, I'll say, okay, well, let's explore every tangential line that we can explore. But y'all, this family deserves answers. The fact that they're not getting answers is so upsetting to me. I would love to hear from the pathologists themselves, because I think, again, Mr. Crump trying to read this autopsy report and not having that medical training and knowledge was very confusing. Again, no shots to him. I don't know that man. Sorry to you, sir. But I just feel like a medical professional would have done a much better job. They could have called me. Just saying. Anyway, but if there is any question about what I've shared here in this video, I shared quite a bit. If you didn't see the press conference, go and watch it. Fast forward to them actually reading it. I felt like there was a lot of stuff said on that stage today that was unnecessary. We wanted to hear about the preliminary autopsy results and what happened possibly to Nolan and his family being there and having to listen to that was heartbreaking to me. His mom is a healthcare professional.
Anyway, hopefully y'all enjoyed that video. All right. Carlos Judge Moore, come to the front of the congregation, please. What do you have to say as a former Mississippi judge? The former Mississippi judge coming to the front of the congregation, baby. He's live. Let's get
I'm
it.
attorney Carlos Moore coming to you live from Atlanta, Georgia this evening.
Let's get it.
I'm currently a practicing attorney in Tennessee. I'm a former Mississippi judge. I sat on the bench in Mississippi for 6.5 years in not one, but 2 jurisdictions. I was on the municipal bench in Clarksdale, Mississippi from 2017 to 2024. And I was on the municipal bench in Grenada, Mississippi from 2020 to 2024. So I had several years of experience. I had the authority to sign search warrants, arrest warrants. I had the authority to preside over arraignments, initial appearances, and preliminary hearings for trial for individuals accused of various offenses up to and including murder. And so I did that for several years. And so I'm prepared to tell you this evening, after watching Attorney Crump release the results of the independent autopsy, the preliminary results, I'm prepared to tell you if I think there has now been enough evidence to meet the probable cause burden for a judge to sign an arrest warrant for one or more persons for the murder of Nolan Wells. So come on in, share this with your friends and family, and we are ready to talk about the autopsy and where we go from here.
Let's go ahead and get into it, Judge.
All right, so the family commissioned an autopsy, an independent autopsy, because they did not trust the local officials, and they decided to hire Attorney Ben Crump and ask him to have an independent autopsy done. So he commissioned Dr. Roger Mitchell out of Washington, D.C. Dr. Mitchell is a well-respected forensic pathologist. He has been the chief medical examiner for Washington, D.C. He's been the president of the National Medical Association, and he's also been over the hospital at Howard University. So he's very well respected. I've known Dr. Mitchell for over 14 years. He's actually done some forensic pathology work for me, independent autopsies, and some of the cases I handle when I was practicing in Mississippi and other places. So he's very well respected. He did the independent autopsy for me after Antoine Shumpert was killed under suspicious circumstances in Tupelo in 2015. So I'm very appreciative of the thorough work that he does. So here are the results. First and foremost, the results were inconclusive. He could not tell the cause of death. Dr. Mitchell could not rule out definitively foul play or external factors. So right at the very beginning, he could not rule out foul play after conducting a forensic exam of Nolan Wells. And that's different from Sheriff Ledbetter of Jackson County, who within 1 day of Mr. Wells being found dead stated that no foul play was suspected. So he had done no exam, was not qualified to do an exam, and immediately came to that conclusion. So that's why everyone has been up in alarm since that time, and the family, rightfully so, got an independent autopsy. And Dr. Mitchell has stated that he still is unable to rule out foul play. It could have been foul play. He could not give us a definitive cause of death at this time. He did notice a red discoloration in the soft tissue at the back of Wells' head. However, he stated that it remained unclear whether it was caused by blunt force trauma or simply natural decomposition. So it's possible that it was a result of blunt force trauma, but he could not state that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty at this time. He was able to say that there were no wounds or fractures. He didn't find any deep tissue injuries, lacerations, or bone fractures on the body. He did say that the body was severely decomposed due to the alleged time that Wells spent in the water. He could not accurately assess the skin surface for any signs of bruising or abrasions. He had some limitations that were not of his own makings that hindered him in coming to some final conclusions at this point. He was missing the neck structures. Parts of Nolan Wells' throat and neck interior were absent from the body because they were retained by the state investigators for further evaluation. Without those neck structures, Dr. Mitchell could not rule out whether a neck injury was a contributing cause of death. So that's very important. We already know that he possibly could have had some blunt force trauma to the back of the head, but he could not determine if the man may have been strangled or anything because he didn't get the neck structures. The state of Mississippi decided to keep the neck structures. Why didn't they just take a specimen, a sampling of the neck, and send some of the neck structures to Dr. Mitchell to examine? Or why not invite him to Mississippi to examine the neck structures? But they're mysteriously missing. And so that's a very key piece of evidence. It seems that all of the key pieces of evidence Mississippi kept back. They state had already dissected the internal organs. They did not send, I don't believe, the lungs. Dr. Mitchell stated he could not observe the lungs for water intake to verify drowning. So that's very important. He also could not analyze the stomach contents. I was listening to a coroner out of Richland County in South Carolina. She was saying that normally the stomach contents are put into a container so that they can be analyzed. Dr. Mitchell should have had access to these stomach contents to see what the stomach contents were. I mean, he could analyze them, and certain things would tell him whether or not this man died from a drowning. And he also did not have access to any original toxicology results from the state. So he was hampered in his findings. But it's very, very, very concerning about that red discoloration. And then what's the reasoning that the neck structures were held back? And so a lot of questions. I heard Attorney Crump to say that he's trying to find answers for the family, but he's left with more questions than answers at this time. And a lot of this is in the purview of Mississippi, the state of Mississippi. They had the body first. They got to the body first. They saw the body positioning when it was first found. So we want the Jackson County coroner, Bruce Lynn, to be very transparent and do his job. We want the chief state medical examiner, Stacey Turner, Dr. Stacey Turner. She's also a forensic pathologist, to do her job. They have been very concerning. Their actions have been very concerning to date to me. Dr. Stacey Turner, for one, I think the past 5 Black young people that have been found dead under suspicious circumstances, she has not once ruled that any of that was a result of foul play. It's always some asinine reason that pales belief. She thinks people are committing suicide when their legs are broken. It's just not going to happen. This young man has still, no one till today has stated that they saw Nolan Wells take a dive, take a swim, and have any sign of distress. And so Dr. Mitchell even said the investigation would need to reveal how Nolan Wells got into the water. Was it voluntarily? Was it involuntarily? Was it by force, or was it voluntarily? But no one has ever come forth and said that he took a swim or a dive and had some distress. And so that's very concerning. The lack of that eyewitness testimony. You had 200, 300, 400 people out on that island for the 4th of July, and not one person has come forth to say that they saw him go under. If he had went under voluntarily, taking a swim or a dive, someone surely should have been able to see that and report that easily without a lawyer. They could have saved their hard-earned money if it was just a dive, a swim, and he got in a current or something that it took him under. That is easy enough to report, but that has not happened. And we are way past 2 weeks now since he was confirmed dead. So other folks that need to do their job have a role to play in this investigation. You have the Mississippi Commissioner of Public Safety, Sean Tyndall. He is over the MBI and the Highway Patrol, the state troopers. He could have the MBI to come in and assist with this investigation. There's still a lot of unanswered questions. The Mississippi Attorney General is over the Public Integrity Division. There are a lot of people suspicious now of the public officials. People are suspicious of the medical examiner. They are suspicious of one judge in particular. They are suspicious of the sheriff of Jackson County. They're suspicious even of other officials in Jackson County. So at this point, some people are saying this is a great cover-up. And until Lynn Fitch's office, she's the Attorney General of Mississippi, has a Public Integrity Division, sent some investigators down there to see if there has been any kind of cover-up, obstruction of justice, tampering with evidence by elected or appointed officials, people are going to continue to sound the alarm and be very suspicious. So I believe it's time to turn on the light, bring the light of day to every agency that's involved with this investigation. We know with Ahmaud Arbery, they even had to investigate the prosecutor. She did some things where she was just refusing to prosecute the person or persons responsible for the death of Ahmaud Arbery, and she ended up being prosecuted herself. So don't sleep on Angel. She may not be doing anything, and she may be. You won't know until you investigate it if she's doing anything improperly. And so if she's doing everything by the book and doing it proper, she shouldn't have any problem with anyone coming around investigating. Do a very thorough investigation. In this instance, I wouldn't trust anyone. Don't give anybody the benefit of the doubt. I believe we need to shine the light on everyone. What possessed Sheriff Ledbetter to say that no foul play was suspected within 24 hours of them finding Nolan Wells? Here you have a forensic pathologist that still cannot rule out foul play, but the sheriff with no medical degree, and I don't even know if he has a college degree, was just so ready to say that no foul play was suspected. That stinks to high heaven, and I'm never going to forget that. That's why I joined the NAACP and others in calling for the United States Department of Justice to come in and look at this. The FBI is already involved. I want the FBI to do more than look at those death threats that judge and her family is getting. I want them to look at the evidence that leads to a conviction for those responsible for what could be the murder of Nolan Wells. Do more than look after their interests, to look after the interests of Nolan Wells so that he and his family can get justice. We want the U.S. Attorney out of the Southern District of Mississippi to go on record and say something about this case. He needs to make sure that his office has an open file and is doing due diligence and doing a concurrent investigation. We do know that Horn Island is federal property, and they have concurrent jurisdiction with the Jackson County Sheriff's Department. We would like the Civil Rights Division of the United States Department of Justice to get involved and bring their resources to bear, because there has been a lot of racial undertones, and they need to determine if race had any part to play in Nolan's disappearance and his ultimate death. It all deserves a very thorough investigation. So where do we go from here? I do believe at this point, and I told you that I wanted to wait.
What do we go from here?
I did my first or second live. I told you I needed to see
what you got for us?
The autopsy report before I could determine if I was still on the bench in Mississippi, if I would sign an arrest warrant for one or more persons related to this case for the murder of Nolan Wells. I told you at that time I had enough evidence. There was enough evidence that if someone brought me a search warrant to sign, I would have signed it for certain things. But I left, and I told you about some lesser crimes that I would have signed an arrest warrant for, lesser crimes. But the ultimate question of murder, with my 6.5 years of experience as a municipal judge, at this point, sitting here today on July the 22nd, 2026, if an investigator brought me an affidavit recounting several things, including the discoloration behind the head, I am prepared to tell you that I would, at this point, sign an arrest warrant for one or more persons for the crime of murder. I do believe circumstantial evidence leads me to believe that it is more likely than not that Nolan Wells was murdered rather than he just accidentally drowned. And I have come to this conclusion. And if it was properly documented,
it's a judge too, y'all. Just throwing it out.
If I had still been on the bench,
my bad.
I would sign an arrest warrant for one or more persons. The circumstantial evidence, the suspicious evidence, putting all that together would lead me to sign that arrest warrant. You had Nolan Wells yelling for someone to give his freaking phone back, allegedly. You had Nolan Wells' phone not found on his person, but found on land at someone's home. And that person did not call the police to report a phone missing. That person did not voluntarily take it to Nolan's parents' home or contact them to let them know that he had the phone. That person kept the phone and not only kept it, but either that person or someone that person gave access to allegedly deleted text messages and deleted pictures from Snapchat. And that's all alleged. But if that's true, that's very suspicious. And then the keys to the car, no one voluntarily took the keys to the father. The father had to go ask for the keys, and there was some kind of delay there.
Come on, bro.
So that's
Talk
all
to him,
very
Judge.
suspicious.
Suspicious.
It's very suspicious too that certain friends did not help
shoot the message.
Look for Nolan Wells on the next day on July the 5th. Understand that those friends went and had breakfast and went on with their regular day. That's very suspicious for someone who calls themselves a friend of Nolan Wells. It's also suspicious, and I happened to attend the funeral on Monday. It's very suspicious to me that those same individuals did not attend the funeral of their so-called friend.
Did y'all send flowers? Did they send flowers, Judge?
That's very, very suspicious. If you are such a friend of someone that you grew up from childhood to adulthood, but you don't attend their funeral to express your condolences to their parents in person. I saw some other people that some of you Facebook sleuths have criticized. I even took a picture with at least one of the guys you've criticized, but yet and still he was at the funeral. He did not care about you criticizing him and saying he may have had something to do with it. Javon and Jayla were there at the funeral.
Facts.
And I took a picture with both of them.
His black friends.
They were there, and I believe both of them were pallbearers. And I witnessed them physically weeping at the funeral. So that's the normal reaction of your friends when your friend dies suddenly. So they were there, and I witnessed that, and I also witnessed that those others were not there. Very suspicious. Very, very suspicious. So the phone, the conflicting stories. Katie says one thing and the boys say another thing. The Coast Guard said one thing and then they had to correct themselves and say someone called, one of those three friends on the boat called at 11 p.m. on Saturday night and inquired about Nolan Wells, but did not say enough for them to open up an official investigation and start a search. So all of that.
This is a former judge that's talking, y'all. Let me reiterate.
From the independent autopsy preliminarily today would lead me at this point to say there's probable cause for an arrest of one or more persons for the murder of Nolan Wells. And I know Judge Mathis was interviewed, I believe, yesterday. He said he thought it looked like murder as well. He used the words reasonable suspicion. Reasonable suspicion is a lesser burden than probable cause. I'm telling you, I think that it rises higher than reasonable suspicion. Reasonable suspicion only gets you a short discussion with someone, maybe a cursory frisk, but probable cause will allow you to do a full search. It'll allow you to make an arrest and go from there. So I do believe that it's more likely than not that a crime has been committed. I believe it's a greater than 50% chance that a crime has been committed. And at this point, sitting here today, if
you believe that, Judge? Just a former judge. I'm just saying.
Had presented me a search warrant and said all those facts. a suspicious circumstances, I would have no problem signing an arrest warrant for one or more persons. I'm not going to tell you the people, the one or more persons that I would sign the arrest warrant
Judge,
against.
come on, if you're going to tell us,
I have identified 2 people that I would not have any qualms signing an arrest warrant for those 2 at this time. It's just their actions are just very, very suspicious. I don't understand how one person could give an interview, I believe on the day of the funeral, but could not muscle up strength to get to the funeral. And it's just very, very, very suspicious.
Warren. You're talking about Warren, right? Warren, who just gave an interview, right?
We also know GPS tracking.
Right?
We know that the boat made some suspicious stops. I mean, it went to the island, it went to a bayou, Fort Bayou or something, and then it spent a few minutes there and it went there. You add all that up, that's foul play in my book. At least there's probable cause to believe foul play has existed or occurred, and that gets you to an arrest, and that gets you at least to a preliminary hearing, and then eventually get it to a grand jury. So in this instance, I believe they are delaying things, and the prosecutor says she's going to present everything to a grand jury. But at this point, you don't have to delay any further for an arrest, because what could happen potentially is you continue to delay things. Nobody's passport has been taken. You can allow people to leave the country at this point, people that may have committed murder. And at this point, I'm a former judge, a practicing attorney, telling you that there is probable cause, in my opinion, my expert opinion. And you become an expert based on education,
in your
experience.
You're a former judge in
doing things. Your education or your experience can make you an expert.
And by the way, he was talking about this friend who doing podcasts, Warren, the judge's son. The judge's son doing interviews.
To give this opinion.
Let me let you finish.
So the boat
make it to the funeral, but you can
the
do
boat.
You can take a tour on the island.
GPS information is very vital information. Why did the boat leave one house, but then that night it was identified at another house and it was being cleaned at 3 a.m. in the morning? Why was the GPS
I'm a judge now.
Or the signal from Life 360 different from the Snapchat locator when the mother of Nolan Wells was trying to locate him? And so that's very suspicious. That shows that somebody was trying to hide things. We also know that certain individuals deactivated their accounts. I mean, I can go on and on and on and on and on and on and tell you suspicious things that you piece those together, plus the red discoloration behind the head that was revealed today. That is enough, in my humble opinion, to go ahead and sign an arrest warrant and really arrest warrants for the murder of Nolan Wells. And so maybe there's a reason Mississippi did not want me on the bench anymore. They've banned me for life because I would do the right thing. I would examine the evidence as it is, and wherever it led, no matter who it incriminated or who it acquitted, I would do the right thing.
Oh, so they got rid of you because you
honest people in these positions, and that's all we're asking for is full transparency. I do think it's unacceptable for us to delay any longer. It is time for us to take action against those in Mississippi. I am from Mississippi, so I can talk about Mississippi. This is unacceptable. I laid out the facts, and I know that had the roles been reversed, the 3 black guys that would have returned to land, one or more of those 3 black guys would have immediately been arrested for the murder of any white guy that they left on land on this same set of facts that I've just recounted to you. So what is good for the goose is good for the gander. And I am hereby, as the founder of the Dads for Justice, the first CEO of that, president and CEO of that organization, calling for the arrest of those who are most suspicious in this
Judge, you got to name
in this case,
come on, dog.
we do know who those individuals are. I'm not going to name them. The law enforcement should know if they want to have a private conversation with me. If I need to spell it out from A to Z, you can reach me at carlosmorlaw@gmail.com. Let's make an appointment to talk, and I can help you figure out who those individuals are. If you hadn't figured it out by now, it's not rocket science.
Why?
It's not rocket science. If those potential suspects were black, you would need me to spell it out for you from A to Z. You would know what to do, and you would have done it by now. You would have long done it because you know the process. You're not going to continue to play in our faces. We're going to continue to call you out. And while we were waiting on answers, everybody is saying, don't rush to judgment. Let's wait on the state autopsy results before we make any moves. I've heard enough. I've told you with my training and experience that there's enough probable cause now to believe that a crime has been committed. And so I am calling on the D1 players at Ole Miss. I'm calling on the D1 players at Mississippi State and USM not to play one down until we get the results of the state autopsy report or until we get a rest. We are not going to go on, or we should not go on with life as normal while these folks continue to be dilatory. It's time to put some pressure on these people. Mississippians love football. Football season starts next month. You should not play one down until Nolan Wells get justice. Not one single solitary down should you play. I'm calling on other members of the SEC on D1 teams to join these courageous Mississippians that I'm hoping would not play one down for Mississippi State or Ole Miss specifically. So if you go to Alabama and you are a believer that justice needs to be swift, it needs to be sooner than later, refuse to play, stand in solidarity with these athletes, and let's cripple Mississippi until they do the right thing. Until they do right by Nolan Wells, let's not go on with life as normal. They can either give us answers or they can give us a rest now.
Facts.
But don't continue to hide the ball and say, we're going to wait 6 months. Shufflet better say he's not going to be rushed. Well, football season is upon us. You need to get about your business or you may be having a losing season. Because you know, without people that look like me, the black and brown players on those teams, you're not likely to win. You're not likely to have a winning season. So I'm confident that some of those young men will heed this call. And if you hadn't arrested anyone
I wouldn't be
by the end of the season, I'm sure they could hit the transfer portal. Hit the transfer portal and go somewhere else. Because you don't deserve to have our talented 10th on your teams when you can't even investigate something so seriously as this. Something such as this needs to be taken very seriously, and you're not doing that. Why would you not send the throat structures to Dr. Mitchell? If you're so certain that it was a drowning, send all of the organs. Why didn't you send the stomach contents or a portion thereof so he could examine them? Why hadn't you sent photos of the body as you found it in the positions? Why are you hiding the ball, Mississippi? Why do you continue to play in these folks' faces?
Talk to him, Judge.
Why?
See,
you already took Emmett Till. You took Medgar Evers. And now it looks to be a great cover-up concerning the death of Nolan Wells. We are not going to allow you to get away with it. We're not going to allow you to get away with it. We're going to have to shut Mississippi down one way or the other, and we're going to start with athletics. We are pleading on the athletes to take a stand against this injustice. Justice delayed is justice denied. Justice delayed is justice denied. And I believe that you have to stand for something or you will fall for anything.
Amen. Drop a bomb for that, baby. Stand for nothing.
I would rather suffer affliction with the people of God than to enjoy the pleasures of sin for a season. That's biblical. You can find that in Hebrews. I chose to trade in my black robe so that one day I can wear the white robe, an eternal white robe. I have to look at myself every morning, all day, every day. I have to have a clear conscience when I meet my maker. I hope some of you take it just that serious. Can you live with yourself going on with your life as normal? If it came to me lying to the people and telling you that we had a colorblind justice system to keep a black robe, or losing the right to wear that black robe and telling you that we do not have a colorblind justice system, I'd rather tell you the truth than continue to wear a black robe. It wasn't that important to me. What's important to me is gaining the right to eternally wear a white robe. I'm going to always shoot it to you straight with no chaser.
Talk to him, Judge. You're getting mad now. Huh?
I intend to make heaven my home, and I intend to look myself in the mirror comfortably and not be hunted. Like I'm sure some of these people are hunted when they think about the face of Nolan Wells. And they think about leaving him on a deserted island. When they think about covering up for whoever caused his death. You won't get any rest until you do right by Nolan Wells. Tell the truth, and the truth shall set you free.
Facts. Talk to him, Judge. Talk to him, Judge.
It's a sad state of affairs.
I don't know.
When you got 300 to 400 folks and not one person has come forward to tell sufficient evidence of what happened there.
Judge, hold on. It was thousands according to Warren. Warren said it was thousands.
It shouldn't take $50,000. It shouldn't take $100,000. It shouldn't take $125,000 for you to do the right thing. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you.
I hear you, Judge. I'm here for it, baby.
If it was your son, your brother, your child, your loved one, you would want someone to step up and tell the truth.
Yes. That's a fact.
Y'all know that person didn't accidentally drown. And if he did, you sure not acting like it.
You're definitely not.
There's been countless accidental drownings, and no one acts like this when someone accidentally drowns.
Facts.
So yes, I would sign an arrest warrant for one or more persons. The circumstantial evidence, when put together, leads me to believe that there is probable cause, more likely than not, that a crime has been committed that caused or contributed to the death of Nolan Wells. We'll be meeting with the Dads for Justice in about 25 minutes. Dads and father figures across this country, we now have a movement. The jig is up. We are done playing games. If shutting down the athletics, if these D1 schools in Mississippi and across the SEC don't do it, we will find something else. We will find something else.
I don't know if we're going to be able to shut down the athletics.
So we're going to be strategic.
You know,
I am done standing in the hot sun. I'm not marching not one place. I'm not rallying in one place. We're going to call for meetings and we're going to make our demands. And we expect justice.
Amen.
We expect justice. And justice we will get.
Talk to him. Top it up for the judge, goddammit. Top it up for the goddamn judge, baby.
here I am. I took about 10 to 12 hours after hearing the autopsy results to come speak with you because I wanted to calm down. And if this is my calm version, Lord help you. If you had to see me angry.
Drop a bomb for the goddamn judge. We don't want to see you angry, Judge.
Always remember,
I don't want to see you angry.
I almost quit school because it had recess. I don't play, not even the radio. This is Judge Carlos Moore coming to you live from Atlanta, Georgia. Justice for Nolan Wells.
Talk to him.
Justice for Nolan Wells.
Talk to him.
Justice for Nolan Wells. Good night for now. I'll see you later.
Appreciate you, Judge. There you have it. There you have it. Let me stop sharing this for 2 seconds. The judge himself said that he will sign indictments right now. The judge himself said that he will sign arrest warrants right now if he was still a judge out in Mississippi. Because he knows and he saw and he sees the wrong injustices and sees what happened. The recklessness, the bull-ish that's going on out there in Mississippi. Dog, what? This is a former judge, y'all. This is a former judge. Justice for Nolan Wells, man. That's why we here. Now let me show y'all this. Y'all thought I was done? Come on, now. Let me show you what my girl been up till. Let's bring it to the front of the congregation. Come on, girl. What you got for us? Talk to me.
Imagine this scenario. My best friend goes missing, and they call me, and I'm warned, and they're like, "Oh my God, Nolan's missing? Let's go hurry up and delete everything off our social media." Is that the first thing you would be doing if your best friend was missing? Is that the first thing you'd be worried about doing, is deleting the one picture out of the pool when you thought he was missing? Then y'all got the fake Cito story. They done busted y'all. Baby, we know what happened, baby. And let me tell you, Crump, yeah, he might sound like he went to Walmart Law School, but he knows what the fuck he's doing. There's a reason why he released the prelim and only the prelim, and that's a legal strategy. Now y'all show us y'all's cards, baby, so we can catch y'all in a lie. Imagine this. Yeah, hey, Evan. Yeah, Nolan went missing. Can you delete all the pictures off? Okay. Yeah, all right, let's call. Yeah, okay. Hey, Wyatt. Hey, Nolan went missing. Go ahead and delete all the pictures of him off your social media, please, because he's missing. And we're not gonna look for him. Just delete all the pictures, okay? Oh, also change y'all profile pictures to lakes and shit. Change y'all profile picture to a lake and make it private. Well, I know I said he was missing, but just in case he's not missing, that just change your profile picture to a lake. Imagine this. Yeah, hey, Evan. Yeah. Everything is, y'all all had boats. Y'all could have brought that family out there to look. Y'all made that family didn't have a boat. And they couldn't go look. And y'all all had boats and wouldn't bring the family out to look. Now explain that.
Instead, y'all ass went to go have fucking breakfast the next day. You know your phone, you know your friend is missing. The mom, the dad, that same night just went to go get the keys on the phone. You know he's missing. You're his friend. You grew up with him. Right? You grew up with him. You know he's missing. They just came and got the keys from you. Just came and got the phone from you. The next day, instead of going out and telling his dad, hey, I got a boat. We can go look for him with the boat that we have. We know y'all don't got no boat, but we can go out there and start looking for him with the boat. Instead, y'all ass deleting Nolan off y'all social medias. And then y'all also going to eat breakfast the next day instead of searching for your best friend or your friend who was just on a boat with y'all yesterday, who was just kicking it with y'all yesterday. Y'all ain't gonna go look for him?
Explain why that dad had to go find someone else to bring a boat out there. You fucking murdering ass kid. Other thing is, y'all all had boats. y'all could have brought that family out there to look. Y'all made that family didn't have a boat. And they couldn't go look. And y'all all had boats and wouldn't bring the family out to look. Now explain that. Explain why that dad had to go find someone else to bring a boat out there. You fucking murdering ass kid.
See, now because she's uncovering the story, real talk. And now she's damn near tearing up. You can see it in her eyes. Dog. This shit is crazy, bro. But when she said this, I'm gonna play this clip and I want y'all to just sit with this. I'm gonna play this because I've been played it a few times, but I want you to really sit and think about this. Hold on, fuck. Goddamn production. Turn on the audio next time. This is my last time. I'm telling y'all I'm gonna have to fire some people today. Hold on, y'all.
Could this be an accident? Could he have fallen off the back of the boat and hit his head? Of course. But why did y'all delete the Snapchat? Why did y'all delete all y'all's social media profiles? Why did y'all delete the one picture he was in? Why did y'all lawyer up immediately when it was still a missing person before you even knew a crime had been committed? All right? So that's why it was not a fucking accident at this point. Okay? That's why y'all knew what happened, because of y'all's behavior. Y'all deleted the evidence. Y'all deleted the photos that would have exonerated you. Y'all went and deleted his Snapchat. We didn't do that. That's what y'all did to prove y'all are guilty.
She has a point, doesn't she? Because why start deleting your Instagram? Why start deleting pictures with Nolan in it? Why start doing all this stuff and start moving hasty like that if you had nothing to do with it? Yeah, y'all was the last people with him, but if you truly, truly had nothing to do with it, yes, people would have thought, since y'all was the last ones with him, people would have thought y'all had something to do with it. But y'all actions make us think y'all had something to do with it. Let's play it one more time.
Here's the thing. Could this be an accident? Could he have fallen off the back of the boat and hit his head? Of course. But why did y'all delete the Snapchat? Why did y'all delete all y'all's social media profiles? Why did y'all delete the one picture he was in? Why did y'all lawyer up immediately when it was still a missing person before you even knew a crime had been committed? All right? So that's why it was not a fucking accident at this point. Okay? That's why y'all knew what happened, because of y'all's behavior. Y'all deleted the evidence. Y'all deleted the photos that would have exonerated you. Y'all went and deleted his Snapchat. We didn't do that. That's what y'all did to prove y'all are guilty.
Can we please get her to come to the goddamn bro? Can we get her to come in the courtroom? Because holy.
Imagine this scenario. My best friend goes missing. And they call me, and I'm Warren, and they're like, "Oh my God, Nolan's missing! Let's go hurry up and delete everything off our social media." Is that the first thing you would be doing if your best friend was missing? Is that the first thing you'd be worried about doing, is deleting the one picture out of the pool when you thought he was missing? Then y'all got the fake TThe story. They done busted y'all, baby. Baby, we know what happened, baby. And let me tell you, Crump, yeah, he might sound like he went to Walmart Law School, but he knows what the fuck he's doing. There's a reason why he released the prelim and only the prelim, and that's a legal strategy. Now, y'all show us y'all's cards, baby, so we can catch y'all in a lie.
She hitting it right on a goddamn head right now. She hitting it right on a goddamn head right now. Did we just crack the goddamn case? Holy shit. Holy shit. Hold the fucking phone, baby. Hold the fucking phone. I'm getting emotional about this shit right now. Because when you really think about it, like, dog.
Imagine this. Like, yeah, hey, Evan. Yeah, Nolan went missing. Can you delete all the pictures off? Okay. Yeah, all right, let's call. Yeah, okay. Hey, Wyatt. Hey, Nolan went missing. Go ahead and delete all the pictures of him off your social media, please, because he's missing. And we're not gonna look for him. Just delete all the pictures, okay? Oh, also change y'all profile pictures to lakes and shit. Change y'all profile picture to a lake and make it private. Well, I know I said he was missing, but just in case he's not missing, that just change your profile picture to a lake. Imagine this. Other thing is, y'all all had boats. Y'all could have brought that family out there to look. Y'all made that family didn't have a boat.
Yeah.
And they couldn't go look. And y'all all had boats and wouldn't bring the family out to look. Now explain that. Explain why that dad had to go find someone else to bring a boat out there. You fucking murdering ass kid.
This shit heavy, bro. This shit is heavy, dog. I'm not gonna lie to you, like, dog. Wow. Let me run this video back one more time.
Here's the thing. Could this be an accident? Could he have fallen off the back of the boat and hit his head? Of course. But why did y'all delete the Snapchat? Why did y'all delete all y'all social media profiles? Why did y'all delete the one picture he was in? Why did y'all lawyer up immediately when it was still a missing person before you even knew a crime had been committed? All right? So that's why it was not a fucking accident at this point. Okay? That's why y'all knew what happened, because of y'all's behavior. Y'all deleted the evidence. Y'all deleted the photos that would have exonerated you. Y'all went and deleted his Snapchat. We didn't do that. That's what y'all did to prove y'all are guilty. Here's the thing. Could this be an accident? Could he have fallen off the back of the boat and hit his head? Of course. But why did y'all delete the Snapchat?
Come on, man. Make it.
My best friend goes missing. And they call me. And I'm warned. And they're like, oh my God, Nolan's missing? Let's go hurry up and delete everything off our social media. Is that the first thing you would be doing if your best friend was missing? Wow. Is that the first thing you'd be worried about doing, is deleting the one picture out of the pool when you thought he was missing? Then y'all got the fake Cito story. They done busted y'all. Baby, we know what happened, baby. And let me tell you, Crump, yeah, he might sound like he went to Walmart Law School, but he knows what the fuck he's doing. There's a reason why he released the prelim and only the prelim, and that's a legal strategy. Now y'all show us y'all's cards, baby, so we can catch y'all in a lie. Imagine this. Yeah, hey, Evan. Yeah, Nolan went missing. Can you delete all the pictures off? Okay. Yeah, all right, let's call. Yeah, okay. Hey, Wyatt. Hey, Nolan went missing. Go ahead and delete all the pictures of him off your social media, please, because he's missing. And we're not gonna look for him. Just delete all the pictures, okay? Oh, also, change y'all profile pictures to lakes and shit. Change y'all profile picture to a lake and make it private. Well, I know I said he was missing, but just in case he's not missing, that just change your profile picture to a lake. Imagine this. Yeah. Other thing is, y'all all had boats. Y'all could have brought that family out there to look. Y'all made that family didn't have a boat.
See, that would have exonerated me further. The way you get away with murder, shit, you ingratiate yourself within the investigation. Let's go look for Nolan. Pops. We had boats. Say my dad got a boat. Let's go out there on the lake and let's go here look for Nolan. But y'all having breakfast, kicking it the next day, like nothing ever happened. Yeah, this shit don't smell right and don't. Yeah. I think we might have just solved the case right now. Yep, on stream, live. Why am I getting so emotional about this story, though, y'all? Because I told you, bro. I see myself as if I was Nolan. I had white friends. I have white friends. I do. There's one right there. I have whites as my friends. But the way y'all moving, dog, it's just suspicious. What y'all doing is just suspicious. Yeah, dog. Y'all ain't slick. You're not. We see within it. Warren, you was there, dog. You was there. Can we watch this video one more time?
Chat. Why did y'all delete all y'all social media profiles? Why did y'all delete the one picture he was in? Why did y'all lawyer up immediately when it was still a missing person before you even knew a crime had been committed? All right? So that's why it was not a fucking accident at this point. Okay? That's why y'all knew what happened, because of y'all's behavior. Y'all deleted the evidence. Y'all deleted the photos that would have exonerated you. Y'all went and deleted his Snapchat. We didn't do that. That's what y'all did to prove y'all are guilty.
And Warren, now you out here doing podcasts, big dog. Oh, let's turn it up. I want to hear this.
I was talking from people I knew from college. I was talking to,
Nolan appeared fine every time they would speak on the island that day.
I had a couple conversations with Nolan that day, and I talked to him and a couple of my other buddies in a group. I was not focused on anyone solely, like looking and pointing anyone out. I mean, I was talking to my friends that I haven't seen in a while from high school. I was talking from people I knew from college. I was talking to, everybody my age and even people older. I mean, it was just a regular thing. We're all used to this. We've been out to the islands before. My buddies don't just go out to the island on 4th of July, but they go out, every weekend. I talked to Nolan, and, Nolan was drinking. Everybody was drinking, most of everybody. And I mean, Nolan seemed completely fine every time I talked to him. We had just regular conversations. Nolan was making me laugh. I had a couple conversations with Nolan and Javon, Nolan and my buddy James. I talked to Nolan a couple times, but it wasn't like I was strictly sitting there talking to Nolan the whole day. I mean, there was hundreds of people I knew out there. So,
yeah. Now,
somebody's lying. Somebody needs to come to the front of the congregation. We will get to the bottom of this, y'all. We will. But somebody's lying. Or everybody's lying. Gave us an autopsy with no neck, no throat. If it's a simple drowning, what you need to keep the neck for? What you need to keep the stomach and the yeah, y'all. I'm done. All right. Appreciate y'all tuning in. You can watch the stream back if you haven't seen everything that we talked about. If you haven't seen everything we discussed, go ahead and watch the stream back for yourself, man. This is one of them ones, bro. This is one of them ones. And yeah, I think I'm leaving this, I'm leaving this right here with answers and questions that I hope one day gets answered. But at the same time, who knows if they ever will. God bless Nolan. God bless his family. God bless y'all. Before we get up out of here, I need you to do me one favor. Make sure you're sending this to your mama, your daddy, your best friend, friend of another friend. Let Johnny, let Timmy. Don't forget about little Susie, too, who stay up the street. And don't forget about little Josh, who stay around the block down the street from them as well. This story is far from over. Far from over. But we're going to continue to get to the root of the problem and the root of what the fuck is really going on. God bless Nolan. God bless his family. And God bless you. Send this to everybody. Bring some awareness. Keep the story going. We will not be quiet. We will not shut up. And this is only the goddamn beginning. God bless you. I pray for you. I hope for the best for you. And I pray the Nolan Wells family, they get answers. I pray y'all do. No family should have to suffer through this or go through this. Y'all gonna get y'all answers. I promise you that. And justice will prevail in this situation. Too big now. Because I ain't gonna stop talking about it. They ain't gonna stop talking about it. And it's only the goddamn beginning. We gonna get to the root of the fucking problem. We gonna get some answers. And we will get justice for Nolan Wells. Now, I ain't stopping. You ain't stopping. And they ain't stopping. So Jackson County, Mississippi. Play with us if you want to. Warren, Wyatt, all you Proud Boys. Better duck and cover because we coming. God bless y'all though, man. Wish you nothing but the best, the very best. And guess what? We are deuces. Hey, we live now, really.